All right, so I'll be your instructor for the entire course. I'm Victor Kaminsky. And like I just said, we record these classes, so I'll upload them to a private YouTube channel, share that link with you guys tomorrow when I create it. Um, and this way you could use that as refreshers or to catch up on content that you may have missed if you miss a day, because if you miss a day you don't necessarily have to make it up. It's just anything more than 15 hours must be made up. Okay. So you don't have to be chasing after a class that's teaching the content that you missed. I have the recordings of the class that will be available to you. And as you can see in the emails that I sent out to everybody, um, there was one titled Shared Google Drive, like the one you see on screen here. Um, can you guys see the screen yet in front of you? All right. If you see pre-recorded full class Zoom video presentations, you can see the last class I taught, the last couple classes here are recorded, and those are playlists for those classes as well. But I will add yours to that list and I'll create your class there too. Okay. This very first link here, though, that you come across in that email for the class shared drive and recordings, there's I'll be always referring to this as the shared Google Drive. Okay. This is the link to it. This link will take you to, hold on, another open window that I have already. It'll take you here. Well, no, it won't take you there. It'll take you here. This is the Google Drive that I set up, where I have the chapter quizzes. Let's see, for students to practice in their own time. As you can see, I'll just open that up real quick. And you can see chapter quizzes. Here's a sample exam, a bunch of chapter quizzes from all the chapters that are different from this and previous version books. You see 15E here, that's 15th edition. Here's 16th edition, and I think there's even 14th edition here. Okay, they're all a bunch of different sample questions there, and they do have the answers somewhere here. There's an answer key, see, like you see right here. And these are in addition to the ones that are in your book at the end of every chapter. So a lot of times people ask for, is there any study materials I got? Yes, we got plenty of these study guides here for you, quizzes, and in addition to what's in the book. Now, let me back up one level. And you see then there's another folder here. Slideshows and links used in class will be updated regularly. These are the materials, these are the slideshows that I'm going to be using in class to teach you guys with. So let's see, custom slideshows used in class. And here's the one from the 16th version book, not yet customized. Okay. Because these ones are, the ones that come directly from the book manufacturer, they're so light. There's hardly, it's like a little guide for teachers to teach by, but you'll see what I mean. Even though these are maybe labeled 15th edition, they are for the latest version book. You see this, it says 15E. Maybe I should just remove that altogether, just have it by chapter, rename them all. Because these are all highly customized slideshows for each chapter, or they no longer refer to them as chapters in the book. They call them units. Okay, so a unit number is a chapter number. And we're going to be going over all these. These are the slideshow presentations that I'm going to be using, and these are the highly customized ones. Every time I make changes to them, because every time I teach classes, I make little tweaks and changes, and when I do, I will update them here in this drive so that you guys can get the latest one. But they're not being updated in real time because I am running these slideshows from my computer, not from the shared drive. Okay, so just be aware that I'll be updating them after classes or during breaks, not or when we're done with the chapters. And then there's a Word document here called class links. This is all the different class links that we use in that I may show you in throughout this course. But it's also at the end of this Word document, it shows you a guide based on what topics are covered in each chapter of this book. This could be very useful when you take your state exam. When you take your state exam, they tell you how many questions you got. They tell you the different categories of the questions and how many questions there are in that category and how many questions you got right, so that you could see what your weak areas are in the event that you fail it, so you know what to study up on in order to pass that exam. Well, this guide here, I give you a breakdown of, based on topic, what chapters you'd need to study, what chapters is that content in, so that you know what to actually study better, okay? So I did that for you guys. I put that together for you as well. And it tells you how many questions on the state exam based on different topics and such. All right, let's go up one more. Okay, and then there's a supplemental material folder here at the top. This is just filled with all kinds of updated forms that I may show you in class. I'll put them up on screen, and as I put them up on screen, you know, these will all be available for you to view and download from here, this shared Google Drive as well. All right, so all these different documents. Look here, we're starting off in class. There's PSI is the company that gives the state exam for the state. They contracted with the state. So this PSI test booklet bulletin here, this is the one that tells you how many questions are on each topic, how to register for the state exam, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so that's that PSI test booklet there. I have a little math how to study guide. There's all kinds of you know, new student packages that's from us from the school, but I'm not going to open that up because I built it into the slideshow now, so I don't need to open up these documents separately, but they're available here for you. Because in that new student package, there's one thing, I also have it separately as a document separate here that you guys can print out and take if you're not with a broker yet and you're looking for a broker. I have some sample job interview questions to ask. Now, the book has some questions to ask when hunting out for a broker to associate your license with, affiliate your license with, but I created a plethora of questions here for you as well that we're not going to go over them right now because some of them may not even make sense to you right now. But there's a whole list of questions when hunting out for brokers that I put together to help you guys out as well. Okay, so all that stuff is in the supplemental materials folder. So I give you guys plenty of content, okay? Plenty of stuff to study, plenty of practice materials. I give you the actual forms that we use. I give you study guides. I give you all kinds of good stuff there. All right. And then this, by the way, is the email that you use to register to get into this class, right? The correction, the new Zoom link, okay? And then you guys clicked on this link right here. It allowed you to register for the Zoom class to get into the class, right? You had to answer a bunch of questions, and then Zoom sent you a confirmation email with a link, and you clicked on that link to get into this class. You don't need to fill out those laundry list of questions every time you try to enter this class now. You could either just click on that confirmation email, or if you installed the Zoom app like I recommended, you could just open up the Zoom app and it should be the meeting ID number. Here's the meeting ID number, should be in your Zoom drop-down list, okay? Your Zoom app drop-down list, and you'll be able to just get into this meeting that way, like that, really quick every day. However, keep in mind, you must be logged into your free Zoom account. Otherwise, you're not going to get into the meeting. You have to be logged into that free Zoom account in order to get into the meeting every day. So I just wanted to cover some of those basics so that you don't have issues coming into class every day, okay? Or the second day, because first day, some people having trouble with actually getting into the meeting for the first time. Second day, sometimes people are filling out all these forms and stuff again to try to get in here and having issues. Okay, and let's see. Farah, you in here now with us? Yeah. No, you're gonna mute.
I'm here.
There you go. There you go. All right, so I just want to make sure everybody's covered, everybody's in here. All right, so that's good. Stop that share for a second. Let me close out some of these emails. And who else we just get in here? Anybody else that I did not call out on attendance that has entered the room since? No? Okay. So then I guess we'll get right into it, shall we? Let me open up the slideshow. Boom, boom, boom. So these are the slideshows that I'll be using in class here for teaching you guys, the same ones that are available in the shared Google Drive for you to get access to. Although these videos that I mentioned here are going to be updated soon, I will be updating them because some things have slightly changed a little bit. So I just wanted to redo these videos on taking the exam with us. For example, the school exam is included in your tuition now. You get 2 free attempts. Anything beyond, if you should need more than 2 attempts, then it's $20 for 2 more attempts at the school exam. But right now, the 2 attempts are included in your at the school exam are included in your tuition as well as the book. Okay, so previously the exam you had to pay for separately. Now it's included in your tuition there, so you get those shots there. So that's probably the only thing that's changed with that. We give you guys 6 months to complete this course. That means finishing the hours. This is a 2-week class basically, but we give you 6 months. Should something happen, because life gets in the way for some people, right? And you're unable to complete it in a 2-week span and you need to finish it another time, we give you 6 months to complete the hours and pass the school exam. Okay. Should you go over that and you need another, you need an extension, it will be $100 to extend it for another 6 months. Okay. But we allow you to do that. I don't know of any other school that does. All right. So we allow you to do that without having to pay and retake the entire course over again. Now, we give you up to 1 year of free retakes of the class. So if you're done with this class and then before you go take the state exam, you want to sit in again to get review, we allow that as well. Although I record these classes and you can do it at your own leisure, so there's really no need for that. But some people prefer live classes. So that's an option we give for you at no additional charge. All right. And then I have a video on our website as well about how to, after you pass the school exam, you've completed your education requirement, how do you get registered for taking the state exam? Okay. By the way, most of our students, we do very well. As you can see, I should probably update this because I think it's even higher now. Most of our students do very well with passing our exams. The average here we're seeing is under 2 hours to take the exam. It seems like that creeped up a bit, but I've had a lot of students that finished our exam in under an hour, you know. So but you get 4 hours to take the school exam, you get 4 hours to take the state exam. Okay. Nothing is rocket science that you're going to hear in this course, but it is a lot of information, so it does require study. So make no mistake, if you don't pay attention and you don't study and you don't study your notes, you ain't gonna pass. I'm going to tell you that straight out right now. But nothing is rocket science here. All right, but it is a lot of new information. I kind of equate it to you guys are learning a new language in 75 hours. No small task, right? So a lot of this is key terms and definitions, although there are some legal concepts. There's a little bit of math. Don't get freaked out. I'll teach you how to do everything that you need to do. And that's it. So let's get started. If anybody's got any questions for me, I'd like to shoot. This is open forum. All you gotta do is unmute yourselves to talk. When you're not talking, just mute yourselves so that we don't have a lot of ambient noise and background sounds coming from your environments, because that can be very disruptive to the class. Okay, especially if people are got TV cranking in the background, and I don't know how they can do that in study, but whatever. Any questions for me or no? Good. All right. So let's continue on. So everybody should have their book. The latest one as of now is the 16th edition, but they've been coming out. They've been replacing these books like crazy the last 3 years. They've been coming out with new editions like mad. I would not doubt it if they'd have another one coming out in the next couple months. But they usually just make little corrections and slight tweaks and changes. This last version, though, 15th edition versus the 16th edition, was a major rewrite. So they moved a lot of stuff around. All right. And you'll see on the slideshows, I have page numbers for where different content can be found. So let's see. We are a licensed school with the New Jersey Real Estate Commission. Here's our latest license here. I am the director of the school as well. Hello. Here's the welcome letter from the director. That's me. Hi. We have to go over some of this stuff with you, so let me just get through it. You guys are all paid up for class that are in here. If you've let's see, if you've been convicted of a felony within the last 5 years, especially conspiracy to defraud, theft, etc., you probably won't get your license right away. Okay. They do believe in older crimes and stuff like that. They do believe in redemption and people can change their lives around and such. But for felony convicted in the last 5 years, they don't want to give a real estate license to people. That'll give you access to open up a lockbox, a key box, to get into people's houses where you could possibly rob them if you're not exactly an honorable person. Okay, so that's why they don't want to give the licenses to certain folk that were convicted of felonies in the last 5 years. Now, if you were busted with some weed or something like that before, well, actually, that's not even an issue now because it's legal here in New Jersey, right? Don't worry about that. DWIs, things like that, they're not looking for, as far as that's not going to prevent you from getting your real estate license. Okay. Disclose it on any forms where they ask if you've ever been arrested for anything. Disclose it. Do not lie. They're big on honesty. If you don't disclose it, well, the lie could be worse than the crime. Okay. So just keep that in mind, because anytime you're applying for these licenses, you have to disclose to the state, answer the questions truthfully and honestly that they give. And I'll show you a list of those questions. They'll be coming up in here as well. All right. If you need another book, it's $42. If you want an ebook or a regular book, you get only one book. Okay. So if you want an ebook or a regular printed book, it's $42 for the book. No refunds after class has started. Students have 6 months. I already went over that to complete the course. You could extend it one time for an additional 6 months for an additional fee. Yeah, students must be present for at least 80% of the class time. That's the state's requirement. That means you can't miss more than 15 hours of this 75-hour course. Students will be given random attendance polls just to make sure you're there so that you don't just log on and shut your camera off and walk away, right? I'm going to give out periodic attendance polls like this. You notice an attendance poll just popped up on your screen in front of you, right? Just click on the words present on that line, present. Do not click on the one that says do not select. And boom, you answered your attendance poll. All right. Okay. Everybody answered it. Okay, good. And that's all that's to it. And now I click end poll and then it disappears from your screen, right? Okay, so that's all that's to that. I will be doing that periodically throughout the course. I'll be popping them up, okay? Just to make sure you guys are there. We have to do this for the Real Estate Commission. And then let's see, students must maintain their own attendance records. If you don't plan on finishing in this class, if you plan on mixing classes between day, evening, weekend, because your schedule is wonky, you know, we do allow that, but it's up to you to keep a piece of paper with the dates and the times and which class it was that you were in, that you supply to us then at the end of the course once you've finished it all, so that we could then go into our Zoom records to verify it. Otherwise, Zoom is kind of a pain in the butt to try to locate. We can't just put in your name, comes up with all your records. We got to search each class, and it's a pain in the, you know what, you know, so we put that on you. That's your responsibility. I'm telling you right now about that, if you're doing that. All right. Before your education is considered complete, I said you also need to pass a school exam. Just like the state exam, there's 110 questions on the school exam. Passing score is 70%. That means you could get 33 questions wrong on the exam and still pass with a 70. That means you got to get 77 questions correct. The state exam, however, does give you 10 extra questions that are not graded. So don't be surprised when, you know, don't say, oh, Vic, you said there was 110. There's 120 questions on the exam. All right. Yeah. Answer any questions that they give you. Answer any and all questions, okay? They're only grading 110 of them. You're not going to know which 110 it is. They throw in an extra 10 sample questions in there that they're testing out to see if they can use it on future exams. That's PSI that does that. You do have to pay for those state exams each time, each attempt. For each attempt, you have to pay directly to PSI a fee to take the state exam. There's no limitation on how many attempts, but you do have 1 year to get your real estate license from the day you pass this class. Also, there's no limitations on attempts to take the school exam. It's just we include 2 attempts. Anything beyond that, every additional 2 attempts, you guys are going to pay $20 for 2 more attempts, okay? We pay for a third-party service that funnels it through to our website. And I'll show you where you go to on our website to take that exam in a moment. Okay, now, how long did I say that you had to get your real estate license from the day you passed this class? 1 year. A year is a year is a year, not a day more. This is a statement that the Real Estate Commission wants us to tell you. So we put it here on the slideshow. A year is a year is a year. That means you have 1 year to take and pass the state exam, get fingerprinted, find a broker to hang your license with, to affiliate with, and then send all the paperwork into the state, or your brokers can do it electronically now, along with a broker's check or a money order, no personal checks, made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey for $160 to get your license for the first time. And then that license will be good for 2 years, generally speaking, depending what month it is that you're getting, what year it is that you're getting it. Everybody's license renews the same time, June 30th of odd numbered years. So based on that, it may not be a 2 full years for the first time, depending when you're getting your license. Then to renew the license, it's just $100 every 2 years to renew the license. And you need to complete 12 hours of continuing education classes within that 2-year span every 2 years. Okay. Let's see, instructors will never have students taking turns reading in class, because that could be boring, especially if you ever listen to some people read and stumble. Oh, that could be awful. This is poor instruction method. We don't do that, okay? We don't give you handouts and give you quizzes in class, because that's wasting your time. All right, your instructor should be teaching you during this time. So I'll be your instructor, and I will be teaching you during this course. let's see. So we rather have just verbally asking you questions about things that I've just gone over. So I'll teach you a lesson about something, and then I'll ask you some questions about what I just went over to see if you're paying attention and if you're getting it. And if not, you could answer those questions. It's a more effective way to learn. Let's see. Yeah. Please be fully clothed in class. Even though you're working from home here now, you're learning from home. It's a little more relaxed. You know, if you're on camera, please don't be drinking, getting high, or naked. Okay, just come on. Yeah, don't do here what you wouldn't do in a classroom setting in school. Okay. Um, let's see. You're going to need highlighters for this class because I'm going to be telling you guys a lot of stuff to highlight in this book. Okay. Harassment, fighting, be civil towards everybody. And any complaints or anything you give to the director, but unfortunately that would be me. So, but that's okay. You could just, I take constructive criticism well. If you got any issues with me, go ahead and do tell me. I'd like to try to fix them and make this class as good as possible for our students. Okay. Now, when registering for the school exam, just like you did when you registered for taking this class, when you filled out the registration form, you had to fill out which class it was you were registering for, right? So you looked at the calendar page and you looked at the start date. And if it was the day class, it starts with SPD dash the start date. That is your class code. Okay, so now that you guys know which class you attended, you may even want to write that in your book in the inside cover or something, or on your notebook somewhere if you have a separate notebook. Write down your class, because today is July 24th. So you're going to write, and this is the day class, so you're going to write SPD-07-24-2023. Okay, the two-digit day, two-digit month, two-digit day, four-digit year. That is your class code. So this way we could look you up months from now if you ever need us to look up your information. Evening class would just begin with SPE, and weekend class would be prefixed with SPW for weekend. Okay. So these are the state's documentation that they want us to go over with you as well. Some of the stuff I already mentioned, but New Jersey requires all applicants for licensure for real estate to possess good character, trustworthiness, honesty, and integrity. So don't lie if you've ever been arrested for something, okay? Be honest about it. According to NJSA 45:15-9. Okay, well, NJSA, that stands for New Jersey statutes. That means those are New Jersey laws. And anytime you see a statute that begins with 45:15, that's talking about real estate law. Kind of looks like a parking ticket, right? On a parking ticket or something, if you ever got a fine or a ticket, they had to write what law you broke, you know? It kind of looks like that. Well, this 45:15 statutes talk only about real estate laws, okay? So to enforce this requirement, all applicants for licensure must submit a criminal history record check. So you do that, you get fingerprinted, but they also do a background check on you. That's what that $160 is to initially get your license. $100 is for the license, $50 goes to the background check, and $10 goes to something that's called the guaranteed fund, which we'll learn about at the end of this chapter, the first chapter here. So in addition, presuming you successfully complete the course, at the time you take your state exam, you'll be asked to provide responses to these questions, and some of those questions, those screening questions or qualifying questions, maybe have you ever been arrested? Are you at least 18 years of age or older? Are you in the arrears of more than 6 months on your child support? Things like that. Everybody here got a high school diploma or equivalent, GED. You know, that's a state requirement in order to get the license, not to take the class. Anybody can still take the class, but to get the license, you gotta be at least 18 years of age and have a high school diploma or a equivalency, like a GED. I don't need to see it. The state doesn't need to see it. They just ask you the question. Okay, but be honest about it, because if they find out later that you lied, it is grounds to revoke your license. Okay. The statutory qualifications also include the absence for convictions for forgery, burglary, robbery, or any theft offense other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offenses within the last 5 years preceding application for license. And so good character, honesty, trustworthiness, integrity. Convictions for shoplifting or other offenses specified under another law, as long as they occurred more than 5 years ago, they may not prevent you from getting your license, because they do believe in redemption, and people, change it. They do stupid stuff sometimes, and they change their lives around, and yada, yada, yada. Okay. If you have any questions about this stuff, you could contact the Real Estate Commission and talk to one of their investigators at this phone number. Although I wouldn't wait till 4:30. Sometimes those guys, it is the government. Sometimes those guys are out of there at 3 o'clock. Can't really make up their hours. All right. Let's see. Should you pass the exam, you'll have to also sign that form for that has all those qualifying questions on there as well. Anybody here not live in New Jersey? Okay, then. Well, you could still get your real estate license here in New Jersey if you're not a resident in the state, but you would just need to sign an additional document called a consent to be sued in the state, or basically that's what it does. It's called the revocable consent to service of process. They're not going to be chasing you all over the planet to sue you if you violated New Jersey law. If you ever sue somebody, you got to sue them in the state that they live in. So they just want you to sign a document where you agree, if we give you a license, you're going to come back to New Jersey to have any charges heard against you. All right. So here are those screening questions that they do ask. With the exception of motor vehicle violations, have you ever been convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, disorderly persons offense in New Jersey or any other state or by the federal government? And are you presently on probation or parole? Now, is that going to prevent you from getting your license? No, not necessarily, but they may want to look into it and get further details, okay? Be honest. Is there a criminal complaint, disorderly persons charge, criminal accusation presently pending against you in New Jersey, federal government, or any other state? Are you in any pretrial intervention programs or yada, yada, yada about criminal behavior? Have you ever had a real estate or other professional license revoked, surrendered, suspended in New Jersey or in any other state in lieu of criminal prosecution? Are you behind on child support more than 6 months? Are you under 18 at the time you're taking the state exam? Do you now hold, or have you ever held a license? Anybody else have a real estate license, and have you ever held a New Jersey real estate license or a license in another state for real estate? Anybody? No? Okay. The reason why I asked, though, is because PSI, the testing center, they would have a security lock on your name. So you wouldn't be able to register to take the state exam, even if I put you in their system, unless I actually reach out to them and have them remove that security lock, because they assume you already got licensed here. Okay. So there should be no reason for you to be in the system. All right. Are you a high school diploma? Do you have a high school? Are you a high school graduate or GED? And do you have a real estate license issued by another state? All right. So, failure to notify the Real Estate Commission of any criminal charges within 30 days, okay, is grounds for fines, revocation, or fines, suspension, or even revocation of your real estate license in the future. And here's a couple examples from the New Jersey on the New Jersey Real Estate Commission's website. They have something called the disciplinary actions page, where you could see people who have actually been had charges brought up on them, and they were found guilty of something or other, and here was the resolution to it. So you'll see I'll have screenshots like this from different things all over. Sometimes I used to go through here scratching out people's names, but it doesn't really matter. It's public information. So as you can see, I really don't care anymore. I just don't like to try to point out anybody, because some of these people may still have their licenses, and you know, I'm just trying to show you guys as a learning experience. I'm not trying to pick on anybody that's in this database. Okay. So let's see. Here's an example. January 22. This person violated this law and these subsections based on his conviction on charges of felony tax evasion, which constitutes conduct demonstrating unworthiness, incompetence, bad faith, or dishonesty, and by failure to notify the real estate commission within 30 days of his guilty plea for that, he was in violation of New Jersey real estate licensing law. And so what did they do? He was also required to surrender his insurance producer's license. So what did they do? They revoked his real estate license and issued him a $10,000 fine on top of that. So be honest, disclose. And here, this lady here, what did she do? Failed to notify the rec within 30 days of criminal charges. Her license was suspended for a period of time, and then it was put on probation, and she had to pay a $500 fine. So you see, they do take actions against people, could be years down the road later, because this was in 2022 for something that happened in 2015, right? Okay. Here's how you register for the state exam after you've completed your education requirement and passed the school exam. And then I enter you into this PSI system, and then and only then they will send you an email telling you to go to their website and register for the state exam. Well, here's the exact link you'd go to: psiexams.com/NJRE. All right. And when you click on that, let's see what's there. It takes you to PSI's website. Okay. And actually, what you really need to go, it doesn't take you to the exact link. This is the one you gotta go to. Test-takers PSI exam NJRE/test. Okay. And you see there's 3 options here. When you guys complete this course and I enter you into PSI system, they'll let you register for any of these exams. Do not register for, I've had students that registered for the broker's exam and they actually passed it. And then they had to retake the exam because you were trying to get your salesperson license, not your broker's license, so it didn't count. That would suck, especially since the broker's exam is harder. You have to pick this one, NJ Real Estate Salesperson Combo. That's the one you're trying to get. And these exams can be taken at their testing centers, or you could take them remotely from home online where they are proctored. Yes, Farah, go ahead. You don't have to raise your hand. You can just unmute and ask a question if you got one.
It doesn't show the testing site. We're still on the slide.
Oh. Thank you very much. You guys got to tell me that stuff because when I'm managing Zoom, I got many windows open on my computer right now, and I got to remember to switch the screens. If I'm ever talking to you and what I'm talking to you about doesn't match what you're seeing on the screen, please let me know so that I could show you this stuff. I'm here for you. I got to try to show you this stuff. Okay, so yeah. So it takes you here. Can you see it now? PSI website. There we go. And then it just takes you here, but it's not the exact link. You got to click on tests. And then see, these are the different exam types that you could register to take. I enter you in this system because you just completed the salesperson course. You're only qualified to take the salesperson exam, not the brokers or the instructors. I don't think the instructors, it'll allow you to. Who knows? Maybe it will. But I know you're allowed to. It may give you access to the broker's exam as well. But but you're not supposed to be taking the broker's exam because you didn't meet the requirements to take it. So I don't know why they have it like this. It should be restricted that you can't even register that you can't take it. But for some reason, I think something screwed up in their system. This is the one you need to sign up for, guys. Do not screw up, because if you select the wrong one, it will allow you to take the exam, but it won't count and you won't get your license. And then they'll tell you, you got to go back and take the right exam again. I had a student that just recently did that. So you may want to, I want to stress this to you. And as you can see, you have two options: on-site testing center, that's at their location, or at one of the, or you could take it online. Online, you need to have your video camera on, like you guys have on now, with the audio on. It cannot be muted. They're going to ask you to flash your video camera around your room. They want to make sure there's no cell phones, no books, no notes, anything like that around when you're taking your exam online. If you're getting up, and imagine an imaginary bubble around you, and if you get up and you leave that imaginary bubble, the exam will shut down. Somebody will call you to find out if you're having technical difficulties. What's the problem? Why did it shut down? But it's being recorded too. They're recording it because they're looking for activity to make sure people that aren't cheating on their exams when they're taking them remotely. Okay, because this is a state exam for licensing, and cheating on a licensing exam is a criminal offense, actually. So don't do that. Okay. Not that any of you will. I'm just supplying the information. Okay, don't shoot the messenger. So that's the link you go to. Don't worry, I will send these links to you when you pass the school exam. I'll send you the links where you got to go. Okay. If you actually go to our website too, you could see the. Let's go back here for a second. If you actually go to our website, you'll be able to see about all of these links I have on our website as well. If you go to salesperson school exam registration, you guys seeing this on our website?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if you click on that, it talks about registering for the school exam. But you see there's the links here for here's that video where you guys could watch about the process and what to do afterwards that I created. Here is a link directly to the Real Estate Commission's website that gives you those links as well for registering for the state exam and for fingerprinting. Okay. And I also have the direct links here for fingerprinting through uenroll.identigo. Doesn't matter if you just recently got fingerprinted for another job that you have, whatever, they don't care. You have to get specifically fingerprinted for this department of government again. Okay. And there's a form you need to print out and take with you to the fingerprinting center. And there's a code that when you register for fingerprinting online, that you need to get off of this form. Okay. So let's do this. Let's click on the first link and go to the Real Estate Commission's website. And you see right here, they have the PSI, that link to take the state exam. You scroll down a little bit further, it says to get fingerprinted. Here's that form, that universal fingerprinting form that has the codes that you need. So if we click on that, I'm going to show you all the stuff that you need here. All right, you'll see the service code number 2F1FTK. This is the number that you need in order to fill out the fingerprinting thing. See, fingerprinting is $66.05. And then you go to uenroll.identigo and you plug in this code. So if I were to copy that code, click on this. You see, it asks you to enter a service code number. So you plug in that service code there. And now you can schedule your appointment for fingerprinting. Then it tells you what you need to bring to fingerprinting and where the fingerprinting centers are. I don't think that you can submit the fingerprinting forms by mail. Okay, I think you got to go to their center to do this. Okay, so that's what's required in order to get fingerprinting. You guys could even start on this and do that now if you wanted to. They advise that you don't until after you pass the state exam, because these fingerprinting is only good for a couple of months anyway. All right. Well, let's go back to the website. So on the school website, we have all of these links and stuff right there on the salesperson school exam registration page. And if we scroll all the way down here, here's where you would fill out the registration student verification form. You'd answer a bunch of questions here. And then afterwards, I have to manually enter you into our school's exam system on some third party's website. The one that we subscribe to, whose exam system it is. We just entered the questions in it. And then you guys, after I enter you in that system, then you could click on start the salesperson school exam. And then you'll take that school exam right here on our website. Once again, it's got the videos on this page with all those links there again, along with other links on how to print your pocket card license. You're supposed to carry with you your real estate license with you anytime you're conducting business. It's required by law. Okay, so you see down here now it says New Jersey Real Estate Final Exam. You'd plug in your email address and then continue and answer the questions, and then it goes right into the exam. Do not start this process unless you're ready to take the exam, because the time clock starts ticking too. You got 4 hours to do it. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay, great. Good chat. Hope you guys are more interactive throughout this course with me, because you could bore the hell out of me too. You know, please answer me if I ask questions. Okay, interact. Feel free to talk. Okay. Otherwise, this class can get very boring. And if I ask, all right, did you guys get that? And you guys are not answering me, I'm going to be waiting for a confirmation from you guys. This could also really slow down the course, and you guys will find yourselves behind on the course when we get to the end of it, because these little times, every time where I say, all right, did everybody get that? And nobody's saying that they got it, that could create a problem on time. Okay, so let's try to keep things nice and speedy. If I ask you a question, please answer it, okay?
I got it.
All right, there you go. See how easy that is? All right. I know this stuff's kind of boring at the beginning here, but these are things that the Real Estate Commission requires us to go over with you. So I'm just going over with you, and I do throw in a couple extra things like showing you exactly where you're going and how to do this, okay? Instead of just saying, oh, you need to go register for fingerprinting. Oh, you need to go register for the state exam. I'm actually showing you where to go and how to do it. I'm giving you visualizations here as well. So. All right, and this is just stuff that's repeating about how you gotta be honest and answer those questions with them. It becomes part of your license, and if you lie, it could affect you from your license can be revoked later on and all that. Here's the link for the fingerprinting. I just went over that with you. It's on our website as well. If you got questions about crimes or anything like that, and you have for a real estate investigator, once again, here's the phone number to call up. The Real Estate Commission's investigator division. All right. So how long do you have to get your real estate license? A year is a year is a year, not a day more from the day that you pass the school exam. Not from when you finish the hours of this class. Do you guys understand what I'm saying to you? You have not completed your education requirements simply when you finish the hours. You need to also pass the school exam. You will not, I repeat, you will not get a completion certificate from this school simply because you finished the hours, because you didn't finish your education yet. Not until you pass the school exam have you completed your education. You have to finish the hours and pass the exam. Important to understand. And from that day that you pass the school exam, from that exact day, you have how long to get your real estate license?
A year.
1 year. A year is a year is a year. They want us to say that because they are not flexible in that. That means not a day more. They don't care what your excuse is. Fill in the excuse here. I mean, I don't care how legitimate you think that it sounds, and what a great story it could be. As an excuse, it's still an excuse. Look, I've had people say, "Listen, my parent died, or we had my wife has cancer, and we went to this, we did that." I feel for you, but it's still an excuse. You still have plenty of time within a year to take an exam. Okay, so the real estate commission don't want to hear it. I'm just telling you right now. Okay, it sounds mean, but hey, that's the rules. It's the law. Okay. So in order to get that license, you need to pass that state exam, get fingerprinted, affiliate with the broker, send all that paperwork in either by mail or online to the real estate commission, along with a broker's check or a money order, no personal checks, made out to the state treasurer for $160 to activate that license. So all of that needs to be done within a year. It's not just, I need to pass my state exam within a year. No, you need to pass the exam. You need to get fingerprinted. You need to find a broker to affiliate and send all that stuff with the payment to the real estate commission within a year. Everybody good? Everybody got that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
It's important you understand it because half of you are probably going to ask me about this again later. All right. It's just, it's on our website. I tell you here, I try to pound it into your heads. I try to get you to confirm, but still people will forget it. But all right. So let's get into the book. Look at this. That's a thick book to get through in 2 weeks, right? 75 hours. That's a lot. Well, let me change my view here. There we go. So that's a thick book to get through there in 2 weeks, right? 75 hours. But hey, listen, these are not all the chapters. Let's see. If we go from the back of the book, you have a glossary back here of terms. You have the answers to sample exams that are in the back of the book. The answers to all the quizzes at the end of every chapter, by the way, you want to make note. It's on page 615. Okay, for 16th version book here, page 615. We'll give you the answer keys for the quizzes and key terms for all the at the end of every chapter here. Then we have, let's see, the Real Estate Commission's rules and regulations are printed here in the back of the book. A lot of rules. By the way, the course is based on rules and the law. Rules. A lot of rules. Rules. Let's scroll through this a little quicker. Come on. Then we have the laws, the New Jersey state laws. There's all stuff we're learning, you're going to learn too. And then we have a guide of the Rex rules and the laws and those codes. And then we have who's on the members of the Real Estate Commission, contacts. Then there is the last two chapters of this book, 23 and 24, are sample exams. Full sample exams. And then chapter 22 is on math. We usually don't do the chapter on math because that's when you guys play hooky. So instead, we're going to do math as we come across it here in the book. So when all is said and done, we're actually going to do 21 chapters. So we just lost this much of the book. So that's what we need to get through now. Okay. Feel a little better? Just a smidgen, a little bit better now?
Just a little bit.
Okay, so we got to get through all of this in 2 weeks instead of all of this, okay? So we almost cut the book in half. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to look, the front cover and the back cover have some math formulas, but on the front cover of the book, we're going to highlight a couple of things. I do have these screenshots on the slideshow, so I'll just show them to you from the slideshow. So let's get into that slideshow here and start on chapter 1. Get this learning going. So in this chapter, we're going to learn about the New Jersey real estate licenses, the qualifications, which we've already talked about. We're going to explain licensing procedures for in-state and out-of-state residents. We're going to learn about what rental referral agencies are and more. All right, so this is the inside cover of your book. I got a screenshot for it here. You're going to highlight this up here. It shows you how many feet are in an acre. There are 43,560 square feet in an acre. You're highlighting that. 1 acre is 43,560 square feet in an acre. Okay, it's a number you need to know. You know why you need to know it? Because you're going to get a math exam question on that, on the school exam, on the state exam. And they don't give you that number. So you're not going to be able to figure out the math problem if you don't know how many feet are in an acre. Right? I think it's going to be like an area question or something like that, calculating area of a rectangle or a square lot. You know, how many feet are in an acre? How many feet are in 2.5 acres? Well, if there's 43,560 feet in an acre, you know, if it's 2.5 acres, just times that by 2.5, right? And that's the total square footage in 2.5 acres, okay? And then I'll teach you how to calculate area in a moment. So, and then to calculate interest paid over the life of a loan, this is something we'll go over next week in chapter 14, I think it is. But here's the formula to calculate the interest payments over the entire life of like a 30-year mortgage loan. How do you calculate how much interest you would have paid over that life of the loan? So here's the formula for figuring that out. To figure out the principal and interest payback, that equals the monthly principal and interest times the total number of payments. To figure out the interest paid, you take the principal and interest, and then you subtract it. You subtract the original amount you borrowed from that to figure out what that interest is. Don't worry, I will go over it in detail with you, and we'll do samples and walk through the problems. So I'll show you how to do this. It'll be real easy. But on this first page, you see there's actually a lot of formulas here that'll that show you how to calculate things, like how to calculate your commissions. Here's some formulas for the math on how to calculate your commissions. Here's how to calculate a square or a rectangle, the area. Here's the formula for how to calculate a triangle, okay? And how to calculate a trapezoid, okay? So if they give you any of these shapes and you need to figure out the area of it, I mean, a square or rectangle is easy. If you got the length of one of the sides and the length of another, you just multiply this length by that length and it gives you the total area. Now, if you have a triangle, well, a triangle is half of a square or a rectangle, right? So it works the same way. If you have the length of one side and the length of another, just multiply one side by the other. But the triangle is half of the area of a square or rectangle. So then you just divide that by 2. Okay, so you multiply one side by the other. That gives you the total area if it was a square or triangle or rectangle. And then you divide it by 2 because a triangle is half of the rectangle, right? The rectangle or square. Okay, and then the trapezoid's a little more complicated, but not too much. Okay, let's see. You take the 5 feet on this side. Let's see, what are we doing here? 5 feet on this side plus the 3 feet on this side. Then you take that total and you divide it by 2. Then you take that total and then you multiply it by the height. So that one's a little more complicated, but still not that difficult. Okay. And that's it for now. Let's zoom in here onto the square footage. If you wanted to ever figure out and calculate the square footage, figure out, let's see, there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. So if you have a lot that's 25,000 square feet, well, how do you convert that to acreage? Well, we know there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. So just take that number, divide it by how many feet are in an acre, and it tells you how many acres you got. All right. So make sure we got this highlight. 43,500 square feet in an acre. And there's an easy way to remember this. You could either just study that number and memorize it, or some people do this. Some instructors teach it this way, which I don't like it particularly. They teach you, look, on this side of the comma, you could just do 4 plus 3, that equals 7. And on this side of the comma, 5 plus 6 equals 11. So as long as you have this side equals 7 and that side equals 11, it's 7, 11, you got the number right. I don't like that. Because what if it's you have it in the wrong order, 6 and 5, or 3, then the 4. You add them up, it still equals the same number, right? So I don't like that. Instead, I got a different way of teaching this. You guys all like music, right?
Yeah.
All right. So do you know of any kind of a song out there? I know there's songs out there from country to R&B to all kinds of music out there that got a song. There's a song that has these words in it: to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Whether it's a Beyonce song or if it's a country song, there's many songs out there that use those words. You know, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. I'm just doing it with no rhythm right now because I don't know what song you got in your head. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you this question. To remember this number better, here's a little tip. Count to 6, starting with 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're going to draw a comma, and then you're going to start counting to the left, to the left. 3, 4, now to the right, 5, 6, and then throw a 0 on there, and boom, that's how many feet in an acre. Count to 6, starting with 3, to the left of the comma, now to the right of the comma. I don't know if that's going to work for you or not. It works for me, okay?
I like that version better.
Different people got different ways of remembering stuff, so I'm just throwing out there, you know, what works for me and things that I hear that works for other students. I got tons of stuff like this to remember things throughout this course, okay? So I teach in a little weird way like that. I teach you little things like this. It may seem a little corny, but it helps, okay? So 43,560 square feet in an acre. Count to 6, starting with 3, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Okay, and so here was that zooming in a little bit on the book of how to figure out that area. You know, of the rectangle. You just take the length of one side and length of the other. It works kind of like the lot size of your yard, you know, of your property, right? A lot of properties are squares or rectangular shape. Okay. How wide is it? How deep is your lot? Okay. Obviously, it's going to be wider than 4 feet and 6 feet, but it works in the same thing. Just the numbers are bigger. Take the one size, multiply it by the other, and that's the total area of your lot. And once again, with the triangle, you stick that in there, and you can see that's actually half of a rectangle, right? So you do the same thing. Multiply this number by that number, and then cut it in half, divide it by 2. And that's the total area of a triangle. I wish my teachers in school taught me how to do math like this. It would be so much easier. They always made it so difficult to explain. And then this one, now I'm not sure if you guys have it corrected in your book. I know I have one of the earlier versions of the 16th version book, the first prints, that this was a mistake in it. This on mine was a division symbol. That should be a plus symbol. I think in your version of the book, it's already plus, right? They corrected it in yours?
Yeah, no one I have it. It's corrected.
Okay, so everybody just check that. Make sure that it's right in your book, because who knows what prints that they sent you, sometimes they corrected some of these. So that should be a plus there. 5 plus 3, 5 plus 3. Then you take that answer, 5 plus 3, 8, divided by 2, and then take that answer and multiply it by the height. And that gives you the total square foot of a trapezoid. Although I don't think they'll give you one of these on exams. They'll probably give you one of these or one of these. Or maybe one of these weird shapes where they got a little box missing out of there. Here's the formula on how to calculate commissions on that same inside cover. I'm going to show you a little formula that makes it easier to remember this too. Your commission is equal to the sales price times the percentage, your commission percentage that you charge. Like if you charge 6% to sell somebody's house, take the sales price times 6%, and that's the total commission. All right. Commission divided by the rate of commission will give you the sales price, and the rate of commission is commission divided by the sales price. I'll give you a real easy way to remember this. There's something called the T formula. Kind of looks like a T, right? Small number always goes up top, large number on one side, and the percentage or rate on the other. Which number is smaller, your commission or the sales price of a house?
Commission.
The commission. So you know that that's always going to be the small number that goes up top. Now this could see this. We're just applying it to commissions here, but this could apply to a lot of different math problems. This T formula. Now the T formula, you see this this line with the 2 dots. That's division, and the X is multiplication. So if you only have these 2 numbers, the sale price and the rate of the commission rate you're charging, times the sale price by that commission rate will give you your total commission amount. If you don't have the rate, but you have the commission amount and the sales price, top number TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first. So you plug this number in the calculator first, then you hit the division symbol, and then the large number will give you the rate. Or if they give you the small number, your commission amount and the commission percentage, and you want to figure out what the sale price is, commission amount divided by the rate equals that sale price. Okay, so small number up top, large number on one side, percentage on the other. So divide down, multiply across. TGIF, top number, when you're plugging the numbers in the calculator, because you can use your calculators on exam. You just can't use scientific calculators or real estate calculators. It has to be like an ordinary plain calculator like this, okay? No memory, no advanced functions, okay? You can't use your cell phone calculator because you shouldn't have your cell phone out when taking an exam, okay? So this is the T formula. So you may want to put that in your notes there. Or Remember, these slideshows are available to you. So you could go through these slideshows later and only print certain screens too, if you like. And that's the T formula. Let me know if you need a second or not, or if I could switch to the next slide.
Got it.
Got it.
Got it? Okay, thank you. All right, so let's do some math problems with your commission here. Let's play with the money that you're going to make. Okay, so let's see. So remember, here's the basics of the T formula. And here's like an example question that you may get on exam. If you charge the seller 6% commission and the total commission collected was $21,600, how much did the property sell for? See, on exam, they'll just give you the sentence. I'm teaching you the T formula. So now you know where to plug the numbers in and how to figure and how to calculate it.
$360,000.
Let's take a look. Yep. See, doesn't that make this T formula makes things a lot more easy to figure out. And look, you could also prove this math. You could take 360 times 6% and it should equal 21.6. Or you could take 21.6 divided by 360 and it should equal 6%. Like you could prove the math because it should work all the way using two components to figure out the third one. And look, the next slide or two will do that with the same problem. Here. If a house sold for $360,000 and the agent charged 6% commission, how much would the total commission be? It's the same numbers. 360 times 6% equals 21.6. All right. So, and once again, here's how to calculate the total commission over the life of the loan. That one we're not going to be doing. That's more advanced. We're not going to do that until chapter 14. But let's get into this. Who needs to be licensed? Who needs to have a real estate license? This is on page 1 of the book. Anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction. Turn to page 1 of the book, by the way. So we're going to have to turn past all the table of contents here. There's an introductory to the book. It says getting started in real estate. By the way, this is not a bad read for you guys on your own time. Okay. The role of the pre-licensing class, what its objective is. It's not really to tell you how to do the business. It's to tell you how to pass the exam so that you could get in the business. And then your brokers should be teaching you how to do the business. However, I'm going to take an extra step here in this course. I'm going to try not to waste too much time on it, even though I usually end up doing that because you guys tend to really like when I give you advice on how to do the business and how to make money. You know, you like to know, a lot of students like to know the practical part of it rather than the exam part. But, you know, I got to teach you the exam part. That's the important step that you need to get to first. But I do get into how do you get the business? What do you do? You know, I tend to talk about that a little bit too much. So I need to shut up a little bit on that and just move on a little bit. But that's the stuff that the students tend to like more. So I try to get the right balance of that in this course when I teach it. And this usually engages the students a little bit better. All right. So passing the exam, the job description, affiliating with a broker. How do you affiliate with a broker? Basically walk into any local brokerage and ask them. You don't need to ask them if they're hiring because all of them are hiring. Just about. Okay. So you may have a rare circumstance where they're not taking on any new agents, but most cases, any brokerage that you walk into, they'll hire you. Okay. It's just you need to bring that sample interview question sheet that I showed you is in the shared Google Drive. bring that with you and start asking a bunch of questions, because you need to select the right broker for you. Don't just go working for the first broker that you talk to. Ask them the questions on that interview sheet. Okay. You need to find out which broker is best suited for you. Now, a lot of you may be thinking, the one that pays me the most money. And what's 100% of nothing? If they give you 100% of the commission, but they don't train you on how to do the job, what's 100% of nothing? Nothing, right? So they could offer you a high commission. They could offer you all the commission. It don't mean squat if they don't teach you how to do the job and get the business. Because if you can't get the business, the commission amount is irrelevant, right? So the number one single most important thing for any new agent is getting training from their brokers. And hopefully they're not going to charge you for it. So these are all questions in my sample job interview sheet there. You know, what kind of training do you offer? Is it classroom? Are you hooking me up with a mentor? Can I switch mentors if I'm not happy with them? Do I got to split my commission with this mentor? How exactly does this work? How does the training in your office work? Okay. There's a lot of questions you should ask that this course doesn't really cover, but I put into that sample job interview sheet for you guys, trying to help you out. Now, they do have here on one of these pages before page 1, it says questions to ask. You know, what sort of training will I be offered? Is there a formal training program or ad hoc? Do you hire part-timers? What's your definition of part-time? Okay, well, I have a bunch of other questions as well in my sheet where I get into some specifics, okay? So you might want to print this one out as well as the other one. I got to go through these questions and see if there's anything there that I may want to add in, make it a little bit easier on you. And then they do mention in here too that, remember guys, that for IRS tax purposes, you are considered to be self-employed. You're not going to be employees of the broker. Even though people will refer to you as the employee of the broker, technically you're an independent contractor. You guys know the difference between an independent contractor and an employee? Anybody?
Yes.
To share. You know,
So an independent contractor basically like supplies his own materials for the job or service he provides.
that's right. You're responsible for your own tools. You're responsible for maintaining your own license. You're responsible for your own marketing and advertising. Now, sure, your brokerage is probably going to do some as well, but any that you want to do to get your own business beyond that, you're responsible for. You're responsible for your own education. You're responsible for renewing your own license. Don't expect your broker to tell me, well, they didn't tell me I had to renew my license now, so my license expired. It's my broker's fault. Whose license is it? You know, come on. You have to take some responsibility. Your license renews every 2 years, June 30th, odd years it needs to be renewed by. All right, odd numbered years, June 30th. We just had a license renewal this year. It's 2023, right? So all those expenses, they're business expenses, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay, see if you guys can see where I'm getting at here. Okay, so the fee you pay to take this class here to get your real estate license. You guys are going to have to pay a fee to take the state exam. You guys are going to have to pay a fee to get fingerprinted. You're going to have to pay a fee for your initial license. Now, when you get started in the business, you're going to have to join an MLS, a realtors association, and you're probably going to have to carry errors and omissions insurance, and you'll pay that fee to your broker who already has the policy for the agents in their office. Are these not business expenses?
Yes, sir.
So if you're self-employed, all the money that you make, say you make 100 grand, do you have to pay taxes on $100,000? Or can you first subtract all your business expenses and then what's left over is your actual income that you're taxed on? Okay, you guys see what I'm getting at here? Keep a notebook, keep track somehow. Get QuickBooks Self-Employed or FreshBooks. The fee that you pay for that, it's a business expense, is also tax deductible. So keep track of your tax deductible fees, okay? This class, the fee you pay for the licensing, the fee you pay for fingerprinting, the fee you pay for the exam. Keep track of all these things. So now any money that you make, you can subtract all these expenses from your income to lower your taxable income. They're write-offs. That's what we call them, tax write-offs. Okay, you know, people remember during the election season, you know, people are always like, "Hey, Trump, didn't you avoid paying taxes because you didn't pay any taxes on this and that, and you did all these excessive write-offs? Is that true?" And he was like, "Yep." Hey, that's the law. You know, you'd be stupid not to. Well, you guys are in that position now. It's not just rich people that could do that. That's my point I'm getting at here. Any of us can. And you guys should do that because it's stupid not to. Right? Why would you pay taxes on money that you already used for something to conduct a business? Right? So reduce that expense subtract that expense from your income, and then whatever's left over you get taxed on. That's smaller amount. Okay, so keep track of all your expenses is what I'm saying. You know, whether it's a piece of paper that you write them all down on, or whether it's you get QuickBooks Self-Employed, or there's a QuickBooks Self-Employed version for independent contractors, and there's or FreshBooks. It's kind of like a QuickBooks. Okay, those are some options for you as well. Okay, so anyway, on page 1 of the book now, I think we should be at page 1 of the book, right? So who has to have a real estate license? This very first sentence, I know I'm going to refer back to it at some point in this course. So anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person in exchange for a fee, commission, or anything of value, which they'll refer to as valuable consideration, must have a real estate license. Okay, that's the first sentence. If you guys ever see me put something here on screen and it's already highlighted, you guys should start the highlights. Don't wait for me to tell you to highlight it. Okay, you guys should already start highlighting. It'll make things go along smoother too. Okay, but this is basically, you'll get an exam question based on that very first sentence. Okay, and it's important to know who has to have a real estate license. Well, if you're helping somebody in a real estate transaction in exchange for something of value, doesn't have to be money. I'll do this in exchange for that, or I'll do this and you'll give me that. Well, that's something of value. You got to have a license then. The state of New Jersey created New Jersey licensing regulations. These laws, rules, and regulations. What is the purpose of them? It's to protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. It's not to protect you from the public or you from other agents. It's to protect the public from bad agents, from unscrupulous agents, ones that have no scruples. Hopefully you guys have scruples. That's a fun word, scruples. All right. So what is the purpose of licensing laws and regulations? To protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. So who has to be licensed? If we turn to page 2, anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. That was on page 1. And licensing regulations were to protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. That was also on page 1. Now, there are 2 bullet points here. In New Jersey created licensing laws. They first initiated licensing law regulations in 1921. You don't need to study that. They're not going to give you an exam question on that. But these licenses are governed by the Real Estate Licensing Act, sometimes referred to on exams as New Jersey statutes, or they could refer to it as 4515, or they could call it Title 45, Chapter 15, because that's how you read this. If you ever see 45:15, the way I would read that to you is Title 45, Chapter 15 of the law. Okay? That's New Jersey statutes. That's the law. 4515. You need to know that one for the exam. So where the bullet point is, here, do this. On the first bullet point where it says New Jersey Real Estate Licensing Act, write NJ statutes above that. Where it says Title 45, Chapter 15, write 45:15. And that is printed in the back of the book on page 465 if you ever wanted to look at the actual laws and how they're written in the book. That's on page 465. You guys are going to notice that throughout this book and all these slideshows, I put page numbers. Okay. And then the rules and regulations that are set up by the Real Estate Commission are Title 11, Chapter 5, which is 11:5. Also referred to as the Administrative Code. So we have the New Jersey statutes and we have the Administrative Code. The statutes are the law, Administrative Code are the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, just as enforceable as the law. Who makes laws?
Government.
Okay, be a little more specific. A little more specific. Call those people in government that make laws.
Judiciary.
Politicians. They're politicians, right? Politicians make the laws. So, do these politicians that make real estate licensing law, do they know everything about the real estate business?
No.
Probably not, right? So what they did is they created this agency within the Department of Banking and Insurance called the REC for short. That's short for the Real Estate Commission. They're the ones that enforce the laws that the politicians create. They're also given powers to create their own rules that they call the Administrative Code, based on the framework of the law, the statutes, that get into the details of things. So you can see how they're related, right? 4515 is basically the framework of the law. It is the law that was created by the politicians, and they call that the New Jersey statutes. And additional rules that were made up that also are just as enforceable as the law and are made part of the law are actually called Title 11, Chapter 5, because we know that these rules were not made by the politicians, they were made up by the Real Estate Commission. But either way, they're both enforceable through fines and penalties if you violate them. We need to follow them both. But we as real estate licensees, you will get this on exams. You need to know 4515 is the statutes, those are the laws. 11.5, that's the Administrative Code, those rules that were created by the Real Estate Commission. Have a better understanding of that now? Okay. I don't want to just spit at you these numbers and that it means Administrative Code and then that means the statutes. I like to give you an explanation so you get a little, aha, I get it. All right, that's simple. Let's move on, right? Now study that, okay? But I just wanted to give you the explanation like that so you had a little better working idea of what these things are, Okay. If you have a better understanding of it, it's easier to remember when studying. Okay. Because you will get questions on this in exams. You do need to memorize, though. 4515 is the statutes, 11.5 is the administrative code. Those are the rules of the Real Estate Commission. Okay. Let me back up that slide again. Actually, come on. Once my computer catches up, there we go. And I do have links here if you were actually on the slideshow where you could click on these links and it takes you to where you could actually search the laws or you could search the administrative code. Okay. But see, rules and regulations are set up by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission, 11.5, aka otherwise, that means otherwise known as, also known as Title 11, Chapter 5, the Administrative Code. All right. So you guys got this stuff highlighted in these notes put down, right? In your book? Okay. So who must be licensed? Okay, see, this looks a little bit familiar. These are, once again, from the disciplinary actions page on the Real Estate Commission's website. Because sometimes we get people, they think they don't need a real estate license. But let me ask you a question really quick. Who needs to have a real estate license? I know we just went over it like on the last page, page number 1, the first sentence, right?
Anyone who conducts a real estate transaction in New Jersey.
In exchange for
B, right?
So anybody who helps someone else in a real estate transaction in exchange for something of value, a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration is the way that they worded it. Okay? See what I mean about how I like to ask you questions about something that we just went over to put you on the spot there? It sure put you on the spot a little bit, but then it's like, oh, shoot, I got to pay a little more attention. I mean, I know it because we just went over it, but see how I got to remember it, because if I don't do the recall process, then by the time we get to the end of this book, you ain't going to remember it. Okay. So we got to keep doing this. This is how we're doing our studies. I'm helping you do your studies here as we're learning. Okay. So here's the examples. Here's some examples here of people who got in trouble for this. Look at this guy. Jeffrey Ray was an unlicensed person, and he's got a company that he just created that he figured that he was going to get involved in property management. You know, I'll help people do their property management. So he comes up with a fancy name. You know, I'll call it NJ Rentals, and I also got another company called North Jersey Rentals and NJ Executive Rental Management LLC, and njrentals.biz is my website. Okay, sounds all professional. Yeah, I got these great names. Yeah, but you should have been licensed. So he violated 4515.1. The 4515. That's the law. And the very first subsection of the law is who needs to be licensed. Anyone who helps somebody else in a transaction. So he violated that very first thing. He wasn't licensed. So he was engaging in real estate activities through unlicensed entities. He engaged in real estate activities through unlicensed entity, violated statutes, and conducted conduct demonstrating unworthiness, bad faith, dishonesty. He was ordered to cease and desist in all engagements of real estate activities as an unlicensed salesperson or broker, unlicensed, which extends to all of his business entities that he owned. And he had to pay restitution to somebody. I guess he screwed somebody out of money for $300. And also had to pay a $10,000 fine to the Real Estate Commission for violating the laws. See, real estate is a profession. It requires licensing. Now, I mean, it's pretty easy to get a real estate license. You take a 75-hour class. You could take it possibly in 2 weeks and get a real estate license and not only have a high school education, right? So a lot of people may frown on it these days because it's so easy to get the license. So you get a lot of people that maybe get licenses that probably shouldn't be in the business because they don't have those scruples we were talking about before. So we who are in this business, we have to treat this like a profession to try to restore the faith that people had in real estate agents back in the day. You know, when you wanted to buy a house, what did you do? I got to get a real estate agent. Now people are like, I do all my research first on Zillow or Realtor.com or all these other websites, and the real estate agent is the last thing they do. You're a necessary evil that they need to go through in order to see the house. Okay. Because people really don't want to deal with real estate agents unless they have to. Okay. Because you charge a lot of money and people don't see the value of using a real estate agent, even though there is a lot of value to it, because our knowledge of certain things, of how we help them in ways that they're unaware. So this is why, as you're going to see throughout this course, as I'm teaching you this class, how to be I teach you how to be a better real estate agent. You know how to show that you're a good real estate agent? You educate your clients that you're working with, whether they're buyers, renters, or sellers, or the owners of the property. You educate them at every step of the way. If you stick a form in front of their face to sign, explain to them what that form is and how it benefits them. What are you doing to protect them by having them fill out this form? Okay, that makes you a better agent. If you just, oh, my agent just stuck a bunch of forms in my face that I had to sign. Okay, they don't see your value. But if you explain why you're having them sign these forms and, you know, make a little stickling point about it, they're going to look at you as more of a professional. I'm telling you, it's an easy way for you, especially as a brand new agent, to seem more professional than agents who are out there doing the business for years already. Because they're like, oh, it's second nature. Okay, you need to sign here, initial there, fill there, blah, blah, blah. And they don't go over it anymore because they got lazy. Okay. But if you educate your clients every step of the way, your clients will appreciate it and they'll see the value in what you're bringing to the table. Okay, I said my piece with that. Let's move on. And here's another person, Diane Penn. What did she do? JMG Realty. She's a licensed real estate broker, so she's the owner of the company. Initially, a broker admitted in violation that they employed persons engaging in real estate brokerage activity who were not licensed agents, but they were working as leasing consultants. Okay, sometimes you get people that do this nonsense. I get people in these classes all the time. This is notorious for property management, and the Real Estate Commission is aware of it. Where you get all these property management companies, or maybe even the owner of a building, and he hires somebody to be his property manager to help him out with showing vacant units and writing leases for people and stuff like that. And I've had students argue with me that I've been doing this for the last 10, 20 years. Say, well, why are you getting your real estate license now? Oh, well, they just want me to get my license now. I'm like, you know why they want you to get your license now? Because you've been breaking the law, working in real estate for the last 10, 20 years without having a real estate license. It's against the law for you to do what you're doing. You've been breaking the law for the last 20 years. No, I'm not. He doesn't need to be he doesn't need to have a real estate license because he's the owner. Well, you're right. The owner of the property doesn't have to have a real estate license to show his own property or to write his own leases. But you were doing it for him. And was he paying you for that? Well, then you need to have a real estate license because the very first sentence in this book says, who needs to have a real estate license, right? And I pointed that out to people and they would still argue with me till they're blue in the face. I'm like, okay, listen, you do what you want. You know, I'm telling you how not to violate the law, how not to get fined, how not to get in trouble. Okay. I mean, do you need to have a license to practice medicine to be a doctor? Or can you just start operating on people because you know how to do stuff, you know? But I mean, it's common sense, you know. Listen, to be an attorney, to be a doctor. These are all professions. They require licensure. They do it for a reason, to protect people in the general public. In real estate, it's no different. It's a profession, and this profession requires licensing. That means that when we say profession, a lot of people just forget that word because everything is luxury and everything is professional. I'm a professional. Hey, don't worry, I'm a professional. You know, professional what? You know, so these days these terms kind of lose their meaning because people, you throw them around, they sling them around so often, you know. But we need to conduct ourselves as professionals. If you guys do that more, you'll come across a little more respected, okay? And you need to be respected for the job, for your knowledge, for what you're bringing to the table to help people, okay? I'm trying just to educate all my students to try to elevate this industry better and to try to look like and be the professional that you can be out there. Have people respect you, not just, yeah, I got an agent. Well, hold on. I'm the professional here. I'm your real estate salesperson. I am your real estate agent, but I am a professional here, and I am protecting you when selling your property by having you do this, 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 and this. When buying a property, I'm looking out for you by doing this, this, and this. You know, there's certain rules we need to follow, and this is a profession. We need to follow these rules. Otherwise, we have people who should be kicked out of this profession. Okay, so there we go. Just another example of someone giving another name to it. They're a leasing consultant, so they don't need a license. No, they're conducting real estate activities. Call them whatever the hell you want. There should be licensed salespeople working under a broker. But they're not. So therefore, they're breaking the law. And if they weren't and if they were unlicensed salespeople working under a broker, well, that's even worse, because the broker can be held responsible for the things their agents are doing, whether they're licensed or not. They're supposed to be licensed. Okay. I think I said my piece there. How to get your real estate license. Anybody ever see this guy, Ryan Serhant? He was on you guys ever hear that show, $1 Million Listing Agent? $1 Million Agent? No. It's on Bravo TV for at least 15, 20 years. Anyway, he started out as a little snot-nosed kid on this show. He's made his millions and millions and millions of dollars already. He started his own brokerage now in New York City. But I show you some of these videos because he explains some of the things that I usually explain in class anyway. So I let him take some of the breath away from me, let him explain it. Because people see him and they look at him, oh, well, he was on TV, so he's got a little more to say. His word means something a little bit more. So let's listen to some of these $1 million real estate agents. This first step on how to get the real estate license. I show you this one because I think he also talks about the commissions. Then again, that could be in the next video from him too. But let's take a look at this because there is some interesting descriptions that he gives you here. So let's just listen.
Welcome back, everybody, to another guest video where I answer your toughest, hottest, most in-depth questions about real estate, success, entrepreneurship, life, anything that makes sense. And today, one of the most trending topics that we found is people are looking for how to get into real estate. That is that simple, and that's what we're going to talk about right now.
Okay. Now, before this goes on any further, I'm just going to shut my video off. I'm going to pay attention, and I'm going to keep chiming in here. I'm just going to minimize this, my video from the screen here so that I could eat my breakfast while I am letting this guy talk to you.
These are my 3 steps for how to get into real estate. Good. Now, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's 2021, it's a year of change. Maybe you've lost your job, or you quit your job because you were like, screw this, Biff. I don't work for you anymore. Selling toilets. And you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do what that guy on YouTube does, that guy that sells real estate. Didn't he just sell a place for $132 million in 2 days in Palm Beach and break a world record? Yes, he did. I want to go do that just like me. And that's why we're all here, right? That's why.
Now, wait a minute. He just said he sold a place in Palm Beach. He's licensed in New York City. That's where he has his brokerage. Obviously, he's licensed in multiple states. You can't just start doing business in other states unless you're licensed in those states, okay? But you can be licensed in multiple states. You just have to be licensed under a broker who is licensed in each one of those states as well, okay? Just wanted to chime in there. See, I'll be throwing that in my 2 cents every now and then.
Welcome back, kids. Life, anything that makes sense. And today, one of the most trending topics that we found is people are looking for how to get into real estate. That is that simple, and that's what we're going to talk about right now. These are my 3 steps for how to get into real estate. Good. Now, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's 2021, it's a year of change. Maybe you've lost your job, or maybe you quit your job because you were like, screw this, Biff. I don't want to work for you anymore. Selling toilets.
Sorry,
you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do what that guy on YouTube does, that guy that sells real estate. Didn't he just sell a place for $132 million in 2 days in Palm Beach and break a world record? Yes, he did. I want to go do that just like me. And that's why we're all here, right? That's why you're here with me. I understand. I totally get it. So step 1 for getting into real estate, you need to be licensed. Now, same thing like driving a car, right? Or being a lawyer, being a doctor. You cannot do any profession in this country or anywhere that affects other people's livelihoods, both physically, mentally, and financially, unless you are licensed through an accredited school by the state. So in New York, you get licensed and there is a 75-hour course. You can do it online these days, or you can do it in person.
Same in New
I
Jersey.
don't think they're doing it in person, but mostly you can do all of these things online. And wherever you are in the world, in the United States.
Not all states have 75-hour licensing, pre-licensing requirement. New Jersey and New York does. Pennsylvania, I think, is 60 hours.
Or any other country, you can look up, go on the internet, you can look up real estate school, okay, real estate license. And where you are, there are probably a handful of different schools, and you can take the course. And you go through and you learn about super simple things like, what is a house? What's an appraiser? What is this law? What is this? What is ethical? What is not? And it's a lot of information that you will never, ever use again. But isn't that what school is all about? Yep. And when you're done with the course, you're going to take a school test, most likely. Okay. And in some states, it's different. Some states you can take the school test over and over and over. Others, like Florida, you get to take it twice. And if you fail it, then you got to wait another 30 days. Right? In other countries, the rules are completely different. Every municipality has different rules for how to get into real estate. And in some countries, you don't just do it in 75 hours. You have to go through an intense real estate program that lasts years and years and years. Once you pass the school test, then you sign up to take the state test. But the state test is harder. So make sure you study. I know I make selling homes seem super simple and tons of fun. I do it in YouTube, social, all over $1 Million Listing on Bravo. But there's a seriousness to the work, right? And there's a massive level of responsibility because you are advising people on probably their biggest purchase or sale in their entire life. You have a fiduciary now to that client that you're taking on a significant amount of responsibility when you work with your new clients. And know too, that you have to eat what you kill. The minute you get that license, you're not making money tomorrow. There is no paycheck rolling in every Thursday afternoon or Friday. 82% of people who get their real estate licenses quit within the first year. But let me tell you this, if you have the entrepreneurial spirit, and if you want to work just for yourself every day for the rest of your life, and if you don't want anyone breathing down your neck, telling you you should be doing this, doing that, and you want to make as much money as you can, being a real estate agent is an amazing, amazing, amazing career. So step one is getting that real estate license. Step two, to getting into real estate, you need a sponsoring broker. Typically, an agent who's been in the business for at least 2 years, who sold enough real estate to be able to apply for the brokerage license, which is
in New Jersey, it's 3 years. If you want to get a broker's license and open up your own company and run a company for somebody else, to get your broker's license, you need to have been a full-time salesperson for 3 years, not 2 years like New York.
Separate course, separate tests, the whole thing. And then that broker can start bringing on agents underneath them. So you need that broker, which is a brokerage company like myself in New York, Servant, or like Keller Williams, or like a Century 21, or a Coldwell Banker, or the agency, or all of these companies. These are called brokerages. You go to one of those brokers.
They're actually called franchises. A franchise, like a brokerage is the individual company. A franchise are those brand names like Keller Williams and Century 21 and Coldwell Banker, where you pay for the privilege to use that large company's name. So if I open up a real estate company and I call it ABC Realty, it's a mom and pop shop, a local yokel real estate company. But I could pay a fee to the franchise and join a franchise. And now I'll be Keller Williams ABC Realty, you know. So there's a difference there that he kind of like skirted a little bit. There's franchises and then there's non-franchise companies. But the basics of it is joining a brokerage.
And you interview. You say, I'm a newly licensed salesperson. I am hungry. I want to hustle. This is where I live. This is what I know. I would love to work here. And there's a good chance that they could give you a spot. But you need that sponsoring broker to go online, okay, onto the state's website and select your name next to your license and associate your license with their brokerage. Once that's done, then you can start running around the streets, talk to all your friends, everybody, tell them you're all in real estate and that you're ready to help them buy or sell or rent any property ever in that state. Now, step three is the one you're going to like the absolute least. What the fuck do you know about advising people on buying or selling homes? What do you know? Step three is the most important, and it's now you need to train. With that sponsoring broker, typically every brokerage has a training program, and you can go into that training program, and hopefully you can find a more senior agent who's really busy, and you can be their apprentice. Okay, you can go into a mentorship program, a shadowing program, and then you can learn underneath that agent while you do all the work that they don't want to do anymore. And that's fine because you're brand new. You just got into this business. That agent has buyers, that agent has sellers. They got to do lots of emails. They got to do contracts. So they want you to help them to take a lot of that work off their shoulders so they can go in and just be rainmakers all day long. And you're going to learn. You're going to be part of the conversation. You'll be CC'd on emails. You'll understand, oh, who's this person? What's that person do? What's this? And ask tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of questions. Okay. Now, if the brokerage that sponsors your license doesn't have that kind of program, then you can start looking for teams. There are plenty of teams. You could do the open houses. You could do the buyer showings. You could just be there as an intern, really learning.
Guys, joining a team, a real estate team, is a great way to get started in working in. Once you get started in the real estate business, it's a great way how you could start getting clients and making money without shelling out a whole boatload of money. Doing an open house for a listing that a brokerage may already have. Any potential person that walks in that house, looking at that house, is a potential buyer for you. And if they want to work with you, well, now you got your first buyer. But guess what? Sometimes buyers have a house they need to sell first. So you could actually get a listing by hosting an open house. Not only did you get a buyer, but you also got a listing from it. I've done this before. I advise people that they should do this when they start working at a brokerage company. Because a lot of real estate agents who have the listings, they don't want to sit there doing the open houses and do all the work for the open house, because most houses don't sell at the open house. But you do get a lot of potential buyers from that open house. And sometimes buyers have something else to sell. So there's a great tip in there that I didn't want him to just glance over. I wanted to point out to you guys a little bit. Okay. Come on.
That team and seeing how they operate. What is the life of a real estate agent like? Really? What do they do when they come into the office first thing in the morning? What do they do at the end of the day? What do you do when you talk on the phone to somebody you've never spoken to before? What do you need to know?
So your brokers could give you these training classes, but it's also a good idea to maybe get these training classes from professional trainers too. There's a lot of them out there. Some of them charge a fortune though. But there are some out there that you could get for reasonable amounts, and some give even free lessons. You know, you could even find some YouTube lessons from some of these professional real estate instructors. Floyd Wickman, he's a great one. Then there's let's see, Tom Ferry. Mike Ferry, I think it was his father. There's but that guy's expensive. I think he's like in the thousands. But Floyd Wickman, or who's the other guy I usually use? I got a whole training series from this one guy I have available to agents that which you should ask your brokers too, because they may also have training available on CDs and DVDs from professional trainers. Now, that shouldn't be the only training that you get, but those are great resources as well to learn how to do certain things, how to deal with for sale by owners, how to get listings by contacting expired listings. You know, those sellers want to sell. How to maybe convert renters to buyers, all kinds of things like this, I'm just trying to remember this other guy's name now. It's escaping my head. He's got these Monday office meetings that you could subscribe to through like Zoom, and you could be a member of this classes that he's got that are very affordable. They're cheap. That they give you good tips on how to get business and how to deal with business. And you could ask the professional trainers, in addition to the training that your brokers should be giving you as well. And it'll come to me, and then I'll mention his name again. But I like this other guy. He teaches with humor. Just escaped my mind right now, his name. Come on.
You show home, you don't know anything about the home, who built it, what kind of wood siding is on the house, when the chimney was built, the last time it was inspected. There's a lot of work you're going to need to do. There's a lot of information you need to absorb. It's going to take some time. So being on a team is a great way to really just be shotgunned into the business, because you're going to be helping out a bunch of different people, and you'll be surrounded by a good family atmosphere, because teams stick together. If you're on a team, don't just sit there and get people coffee and do their contracts and print things and scan things because that's what they told you to do, and then say, hey, you never promoted me. No, do that stuff because that's what you were hired to do, but then start to be the role before you are the role. So you want to be an agent on that team? Step up early. Don't wait. Tell them you're happy to take that client out. No problem. What are they looking for? They want something that's $10. No one else on the team wants to do it. You'll do it. You know why? Because you never had a client before in your entire life. You'll do it. Step up. Let's go. Do the work. Put in the hustle. Be the role before you are the role. That's what big money energy is all about. My first year in the business, I made just over $9,000. But your first couple of years, especially your first two, you need to think about the real estate business like grad school. Okay? You probably didn't go to grad school. If you did, good for you. And if you didn't, no problem, because now you're about to get into the greatest career ever known. Okay? But it's going to take you a couple years to really start getting things rolling. Like I'm doing deals right now with clients that I've been kind of talking to, entertaining, I've touched base with for the last 7 years.
That's
okay?
crazy.
But now they're my clients right now.
So what he's saying is some people aren't ready to buy. You got to prioritize the clients, the people that you work with. Some people are not just ready. You got to figure out their motivation, but don't just write them off. Keep in touch with them. Keep them on a drip list to follow up with them to see if they're ready to buy or sell. But you're dealing with a lot of people. It's not like you're just hanging on to these one person that's waiting 7 years to buy or sell a house. Okay. By the way, that trainer I was thinking about was David Knox. Okay. David Knox, Knox, Floyd Wickman. Those are some of the good old classic trainers. They're very good. But you can find a lot of real estate training programs out there, but you got to find real professionals, because now everybody wants to be a YouTube professional trainer to make money. But these are the classic guys that teach you solid basics. I like Floyd. David Knox. He's got this one training program of CDs where he actually follows around top producing agents from different areas throughout the country. And you could see what they do from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. They follow them around when they're on appointments with clients for listings or showing buyers properties, what they do throughout the day, how they start their days out. And, you know, if you could just be a fly on the wall to see how these top producing agents make their money, it's definitely worth it, you know. So that's basically the basics of that.
Yeah, they want to go in. Good thing I talked to them.
All right, so let's move on. So the Real Estate Commission, the REC, Department of Banking and Insurance. Okay, they're a division within the Department of Banking and Insurance. There are 8 members on the Real Estate Commission. 5 of them have been real estate brokers for at least 10 years. That doesn't mean they had their real estate license for 10 years. They've been licensed as real estate brokers for at least 10 years. So you know they've been in the business for at least 13 years, because you got to be a salesperson for at least 3 years before you could become a broker. 2 people are chosen from the general public, and 1 appointed by the governor. So every time that the governor changes, that person may change, so that the governor has their own person inside each department or branch of government that reports back to them. Make sure that all those departments are on their team, so to speak. Okay, so all of them serve 3 years terms, but they all serve at the leisure of the governor. So how many people on the Real Estate Commission?
8.
8. 5 are brokers that have been brokers for at least
10 years. 13.
13
years.
years.
10 years. They've been brokers for at least 10
Yeah.
years. Okay. They've been in the business for at least 13, but they've been brokers for at least 10. Excuse me. 2 people appointed from the general public. I'm not sure about the process that they go about that, selecting those people, and 1 appointed by the governor. Okay. So let's highlight this on page 2. 8 New Jersey Real Estate Commission, 8 members appointed by the governor. This is under the Real Estate Commission title. 5 are real estate brokers licensed as such for at least 10 years. 2 are chosen from the general public, and 1 represents the Department of Government. That's the governor. They all serve 3 years terms, but any of them can be replaced at any time, because the governor, much like the president, the governor, you know, they get to choose who's on their staff, right? It's just more local. And then we're going to get into 4 types of licenses. Now, my write-up differs a little bit from what you see in the book. I mean, the license types are still the same. It's just my write-ups here are a little bit different, okay? I like to be a little more clear in my writing versus the way the book wrote things. So this is why these notes that you see on the slideshow, these are usually the notes that I would dictate to students that I see in a classroom. But you guys will have access to these slideshows now in the shared Google Drive. So what is a broker? Well, let's read what I have here, and then I'll show you the slide, and we'll just do the highlights and write the notes in it later. Okay. First, let's just look at my slide and read through it so that you get the understanding. So the broker, only one person is licensed as a broker to be in charge of the business. Okay. They're the ones that are allowed to hire people and offer services to the public and charge a fee for those services. You as a salesperson, you could only do that in the name of the broker under which you're employed. So there's only one person or only one broker for every real estate company. Even if they have 10 offices, there's only one broker, who's also often referred to as the broker of record. They're the head honcho, the big cheese, the one in charge that's responsible for everybody that works at that company. They're responsible for providing office space, because in New Jersey, there's no such thing as virtual offices. You have to have a physical place of business. And they need to supply guidance and direction. That's not training. Do not mistake guidance and direction for training. This just makes sure that their agents are adhering to the state's rules and regulations. Well, what do we call the statutes? Title 45, chapter
15.
15.
And the Real Estate Commission rules are also known as the Administrative Code or Title
11, chapter 5.
There you go. So the broker has to provide office space and guidance and direction of these statutes and rules to their licensees. Now, training is not a requirement. Real Estate Commission don't care if you fall flat on your face and fail out of the business. They just care that you're not screwing over the public, right? So I gave you the advice to make sure when you select a broker, get one that's going to give you that good training, though, because you need training to succeed in this business. Because like he said, you know, more than 80% of the people drop out of this business in the first 6 months to a year. Why? They didn't get the proper training and they failed out. Plus, you guys got to remember one other additional thing. You're not getting paychecks like he said, like that guy just said. You're not getting paychecks at the end of the first week. You know, you got to kill what you eat. What does that mean? If you're not closing on deals, if you're not getting business and closing deals, you ain't getting paid. So let's just say that your first day on the job, you got somebody who already knows a house that they want to buy and you write up a contract. How long does it typically take to close on the sale of a piece of real estate? Your average real estate transaction.
Maybe a month.
It's going to, a little more than that. It's going to take 45 to 60 days. Okay. So let's look at the long end of it. 60 days, 2 months. Okay. And then your broker has another 10 days or until the check clears to pay you. So you're not looking to get paid until more than 60 days out, 2 months out on your first day on your job. That's provided that you get a contract on your first day of the job. So you got to keep that in mind, that you're not going to be, the paychecks are not just going to be rolling in with you right away. I mean, there is ways that you can make money in real estate in the interim, maybe dealing with renters. You know, renters, you could get into rentals quick and close on them quicker, a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there. You could deal with doing BPOs, broker price opinions. These are valuations for lenders. But that's, you got to learn how to get started in that too. So what I'm basically saying is, unless you have savings saved up or a family support system to help get by or working out or getting unemployment in the meantime, you know, some kind of a money to live off of in the meantime, don't quit your day jobs yet. Okay, that's all I'm saying, because the checks are not going to be rolling in right away. You got to realize that, you know, your first day on the job, if you get a transaction, you're probably not going to get paid for 70 days. 70 days. Okay. Now it's easier once you start getting that first deal that comes in. It's a big payday. You're getting paid thousands of dollars. Okay. Those commissions, they pay well. So once you get that transaction going, don't wait until it closes. Start working on other transactions. If you could work multiple transactions at a time, then when they start closing, the big paydays start coming in. Boom, boom, boom. Then don't just stop working and enjoy the money. And then when the money runs down, then start panicking. Oh crap, I got to get more clients again. Because now it's like you're starting over all over again. And those are the people that usually end up failing out of the business because they can't make it, especially when rough times fall on them, because they're not constantly working. It's famine or feast for them, you know, and that's not a good thing to do. It's not a good way to run your business. You got to treat it like a business, guys, when you're self-employed. So you should be working with clients. You don't need to spend all your time with one client. I mean, you show them houses, they put an offer in, then here and there you maybe visit them to do an home inspection, go to the home inspection, deal with those issues. So you're only spending a couple of minutes here or maybe an hour or two there and there. You're not spending all your time with your clients every day. That gives you a lot of time to now try to get more clients for buyers and sellers, you know, and that's what you should be doing. You should be trying to work with as many clients as you can. This way, if one deal falls apart, you didn't have all your eggs in one basket, you know, now your business is done. If one deal falls apart, that's okay. I got other clients I'm working with. And then we could just try to find another deal, another property for that client later. And it's no big deal. But if you put all your eggs in one basket with one client, you're not going to make it in this business. So I'm trying to give you a little bit of friendly advice on how not to do that. Don't put all your eggs in the one basket and try to work with as many clients as you can. Buyers, renters, sellers, okay? You should probably spend about 70% of your time trying to get sellers. And reinvest some of that commission when you get it back into advertising to get more clients, okay? Spend money to make money, right? So brokers, a broker salesperson. This is another broker type license. So you have the broker, every company, every real estate company, doesn't matter if they have one office or 10 offices, only has one broker, also known as the broker of record. They're responsible for hiring and supervising agents. They're responsible for paying out the commissions and everybody employed under them. A broker salesperson is one who also has a broker type license, and they can open their own brokerage at any time and become a broker if they wanted to. They got the same education and the same experience. They just choose to work in the capacity of a salesperson under another licensed broker. So that's what a broker salesperson is. Someone who also has a broker type license, but they choose to work under a broker to just do sales or manage a branch office for that broker. Okay, that's what a broker salesperson is. A broker who works under another broker is a broker salesperson. Understand? So who could manage an office? They need to have a broker or broker salesperson type license in order to manage an office. Okay, need to know that for examples. Now, after taking this course, you guys are going to qualify for one of two license types that you could choose. Either, not both, you're going to choose a salesperson or referral agent. Now, they no longer, we still refer to them as referral agents, but the official name is not a referral agent anymore. We call them salespeople licensed with a real estate referral company, or the acronym for that, SLWRERC, salespersons licensed with a real estate referral company, AKA referral agents, okay? So a salesperson is one who actively works with members of the public to try to help them buy a house or rent a house or sell a property, okay? or send referral business. Like if I just sold your house and now you're moving out of state. Well, where are you moving? Maybe I could set you up with a real estate agent in that area and they could help you locate a house to buy in that area or rent, whatever it is you're looking to do. Okay. So I will find that out. Where are they moving to? I will look up a real estate agent in that area and I will refer the business to them. Now, when they close on a deal, they're going to pay me a referral fee. And what did I do to get that referral fee? I picked up a freaking phone. I did a little bit of research. How much is involved in that? You know, and then I filled out a contract with them where it says that when they close on a deal, they're going to pay my company. I mean, not much work involved in that, right? So why leave some meat on the bones and I sold the client's house and they're moving out of state. You didn't make any more money off of them after that? And newbie. Look, you even have agents out there who have been licensed for a long time. They forget to do this stuff, or they never thought of doing it. And they leave all this extra meat on the bones, so to speak, you know, that could be picked off and you could make some more money there. You know, don't leave the meat on the bones. Pick it all off. Pick it clean, right? Get as much out of it as you can because somebody's going to be getting paid. Why don't you get a piece of that? You can by referring them to another agent in that area. Novel idea. How much of your time does it actually take? How much effort does it actually take? You know, and you know somebody who's looking to buy or rent. I mean, it's a given. You know you're going to make more money. You just got to take a little bit of effort, a little smidgen of effort, and you can make that much more money. A couple $100 here or there. Look, here. Let me work it out for you on a calculator, okay? Here, actually, let me use my cell phone calculator. It's a little bit easier for me to work. Pull up my cell phone calculator and let me run some numbers for you guys really quick, okay? Let's say you may be asking, well, how much can I earn off of a referral? Okay, well, let's take a look. Let's see how much we could earn off of a referral. Let's say it's not an expensive house that they're going to buy. Let's say it's going to be a cheap house. Let's say $200,000. Okay, $200,000 house. $200,000 house. And let's not even go with a high commission. It's not. Let's say the commission is only going to be 4%. That's not a high commission. Okay, 4% is not a high commission. That's the total commission. But remember, commissions get split 4 ways. There's a buyer side and a seller side. And the agent that's working on the buyer side splits that with their broker, and the other agent splits it with their broker. So it gets split 4 ways, okay? Now, that doesn't necessarily get split even between the agent and their broker, okay? Maybe when you're a brand new agent, it does because you're on a 50-50 split. But, okay, so let's see. That $200,000 times 4% commission, that's a total of $8,000 commission. Let's say it's split evenly and you only get the buyer's side. So divide that in half. That's $4,000 total commission from the buyer side. Now, the typical referral fee, well, I don't want to say anything is standard. It's all negotiable. But let's just say we send that referral out for 25%. We want a 25% referral fee of whatever commission that they get from the client we gave them. So $4,000 off the top times 25%, that's $1,000 that comes back to our broker. Now, keep in mind, we need to split that with our broker. And I'm being very conservative with all these numbers. So if we're only on a 50-50 split, that's $500 that we got. An extra $500 that we got paid on a $200,000 house at only a 4% commission with a 50-50 split. We got $500 for doing what? Picking up a phone and faxing a letter for the contract. How much of that time does it take? How long do you guys need to work right now, your current jobs, to get $500? With the whole week? You know, I mean, this is like minutes of time. Let's just say you invested an hour How many here have gotten paid $500 an hour before in your life?
No.
Is the juice worth the squeeze on this? Can you guys see how the possibility of how much money you can make in real estate here if you actually put some time and effort into it? This is why people always tell you that in real estate, you're only limited by you. The time and effort that you put into this business is what you get out of it. Now, the majority of people that are in the real estate business are not top producers. A lot of them are just doing the bare minimum. Okay. And they still make enough to get by, I guess, in a two-family household, in a two-person income earner household, at least, on your own, maybe kind of tough to get by doing the bare minimum. But look, you got people that are making a living doing the bare minimum in real estate. If you actually put half the effort, you guys can make a killing in real estate. You can make a lot of money. I'm just giving you a little teaser here, a little idea of how much money you could actually make from these deals. So let's put it the other way. If you were the real estate agent that was getting that referral, would you take a referral if I said I'm gonna give you a seller or I'm gonna give you a buyer, I want a 25% referral fee? Would you take the referral?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's business you didn't have before.
Right.
And so what's paying out 25% to me? Anything that you give, that I'm giving you, hey, that's found money, right? So let's once again take a look at it. That same $200,000 deal, $200,000 times, well, let's say it's a 4% commission for the property that we find. So, well, the buyer's side, it's 2% we get. So that's $4,000, right? Subtract the 25% that we had to pay out to that other broker who referred us to business. That leaves $3,000 for us. And if we got to split that with our broker at a 50% split, which is a conservative split, that's $1,500 that we got for a $200,000 deal. Now, if you're not up on the real estate market, prices have gone up through the roof. Okay. Things that were $200,000 just a couple of years ago, they're probably more along the lines of $350,000 today. I mean, the real estate's gone insane. But hey, good for us. It sucks for everybody else, but hey, if they can afford it, what the hell? We're selling them the real estate. And if you guys get listings, how about this? You got a listing. You found somebody who's looking. A listing is somebody who hires you to market their property for sale to find them a buyer or renter. In this case, let's just stick with buyers, okay? They're looking to sell their house. So if you got somebody that's looking to sell a house, let's just say the average house now, $300,000, $350,000. Let's go with $300,000. That's a little bit more realistic, okay? So $300,000, it's still being conservative on the conservative side. So $300,000 house, and let's just say that you take it at a 5% commission. Still not asking for 6, a little bit more than the 4, at a 5% commission. So times 5%, that total commission is $15,000. So if you are able to sell that house, and check this out, if you are marketing a house for sale, sometimes the buyers will contact you directly. You guys see what I'm getting at? You could get both ends of the transaction, the sales side and the buyer's side. And if the total commission is $15,000, and let's say that you're only on a 50% split, you now got $7,500 for one transaction if you're only on a 50% split. Now listen, a lot of brokers may start you at a 50% split, and that 50% split is only going to be for the first couple transactions until you can start doing things without needing their help every step of the way. Once they see that you're starting to do a couple of transactions, or once you reach a certain threshold of how much income you brought into the brokerage, you're automatically going to go up to 60 or 70% split. But I'm keeping you right now conservatively. I'm just running numbers conservatively at a 50% split. Okay. Not a bad deal. $7,500, one transaction. Two sides of the transaction. Right? The buyer side and the seller side. Not bad money, right? Let's see. If we do this once a month, let's see, $7,500 times 12 months in a year, you just made $90,000. I don't know what you guys are making right now, but I'm just giving you guys some ideas here, okay? So, is it worth your time and effort in focusing on this stuff, on this real estate stuff? You only need a high school diploma, a high school education in order to get involved in this. Some attorneys don't make the money that we can make, okay? Now, most agents out there aren't even doing this. They're not doing the bare, a lot of agents I told you out there doing the bare minimum. You get some agents out there that they're doing one side of a transaction once every 3 months. How are they living? How are they getting by? Well, they got another spouse that's making the main income, or they're living with their parents or what have you. This is the way, but there's a lot of people that are in this industry, that work in the industry, that are doing the bare minimum. So are they really your competition? Or is there enough business out there for all of us? There's enough business out there for all of us. If you say there's a lot of competition in this business, man, you just put no effort in it. There's a lot of licensed real estate agents out there, but I don't consider them competition because a lot of them don't put the effort in. A lot of them just look at this as some extra money, something to do on the side. I retired. This is some spare time stuff. I could get involved. There's events that agents do, the training events, the mixing and mingling, the mixing with the community, and that stuff to do that aren't making them money, you know. But if you're actually engaging in these dollar producing events, I hope I'm getting you guys excited a little bit and building you up a little bit, because that's my intent here, okay, about the potential here. Now, let's get back to the boring stuff. So, we got to get through this stuff so that you can pass the exam, so that you can start making that money. All right. So, let's not delay any further. So, the salesperson, that's the license that most of you here are trying to get today, right? Is that the license that most of you guys are trying to get? Because if you're not trying to get a salesperson's license, you're trying to get a referral agent's license. Referral agents cannot work directly with the public. The only thing that they can do is send referrals to their broker, who will then place them with working agents, salespeople or broker salespeople, who will close the deals with those clients, and then they pay out a referral fee, like that 25% of their side of the commission. Okay? Now, who would only want to go through this real estate class and testing and all that just to become a referral agent? Well, people who already have a career, you know, maybe somebody who has a career in nursing, or they're a teacher, or they work as a paralegal, and they for an attorney. You know, these people who work maybe as a receptionist in a dentist office or something. You know, they're sitting there all day, they're helping out clients, and then sometimes they're BSing with them at the front desk. But they hear all these people coming through all day long who are making small talk. Oh yeah, this one just got married. Oh, this one just got divorced. Oh, this one just died. Oh, really? So are they going to need to buy something or sell something? I got a good agent I can refer you to. And they don't even need to know that you're a licensed real estate referral agent. Basically, you refer them to an agent, and you earn a referral fee commission. But the only way for you legally to earn a commission in New Jersey is you need to have a real estate license. Now, if you're not directly going to be selling or showing houses to people, a referral agent is the way to go, because you already got your own career and you don't want to get involved. Your expenses will also be a lot smaller because you don't need to have a membership to the MLS. You don't need to be a member of the Realtors organization. You don't need to pay to have a lockbox key access, which is software that you put on your cell phone that gives you access to open up these digital lock boxes when showing houses. But that's just another way to do it. Now, referral agents, they could only refer business to their brokers. Can salespeople and broker salespeople refer business as well? Yes. But they can also show the properties and sell the properties. Referral agents are restricted to only referring business, the business leads. That's all they can do. Okay. So this is actually, even though we call them referral agents for short, because that's what their license name used to be, the official license name now is SLWRERC. That stands for Salesperson Licensed with a Real Estate Referral Company. Because something recently changed in the types of licenses out there. When you worked for a real estate brokerage, there was only one kind of license for the company. It was a brokerage license. There are two types of brokerage licenses now. A brokerage license, which is your traditional brokerage, that you could hang the licenses of broker salespeople and salespeople at, or the company can be licensed as a referral company, which only hangs and affiliates the licenses of referral agents. So there's two types of real estate companies: referral companies and your traditional brokerages. Okay, so here, let me skip to the slide for a second here. We have our traditional brokerage for hanging licenses of agents working directly with the public to list, sell, and lease real property. Only broker salespeople and salespeople can be licensed or affiliated with a traditional brokerage firm today. And now we have this new license type for real estate companies called a referral company. They're only licensees with a referral agent license, which is now the SLWRERC, salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company, can be affiliated with a referral company. Everybody clear on that? Everybody good? Or you got some questions? You got questions? Feel free to ask.
But
Okay.
Question.
Sure.
So, like, you're talking about like expenses. Like, what would be like the average starting expense to like start up?
To get started in real estate, with your school and everything, I think I have it on one of our pages on our website. I think I'm the only school that does that too. It tells people their true expenses up front to get started in this business. I would say you need to have about $1,500 to $2,000 to get a good start in real estate. That includes the real estate school, your testing, your fingerprinting, your licensing, MLS, E&O insurance. That's errors and omissions insurance. It's like the malpractice insurance a doctor would carry, we need to carry. And maybe some startup advertising costs and such, and for the tools that we need. So $1,500 to $2,000 to get a good start. Now, you don't need all that right now, but in order to get fully engaged in the real estate business, that's about how much money you would need to spend to get a good start. And I just showed you how if you do one side of a real estate transaction, how your commission, your first commission on a cheap deal will more than pay for that. Right? So don't look at the pennies, okay? Don't look at the pennies to get started, because if you're only monitoring the pennies and worried about the pennies in this business, you're not going to be focused on the grander picture and making the big money. Okay. You need to, there's expense involved. You know that. Okay. Now, let's get started. Let's get into it. These expenses, they could be recouped when we start doing these sales. Our first commission will pay for all of our expenses for the first year. All right. So it's, and then after that, you should have deals that are going on, and you don't have to worry about that anymore. Unless you're one of these people that are going to do a deal every 3 to 6 months, and then you're going to be squeaking by all the time, maybe making some money here and there, as a hobby. Okay. But if you're doing this full time, shouldn't be an issue. Okay. If you're a part-time agent, I will tell you that you should be doing at least bare minimum, 6 transactions a year. If you're doing this full-time, minimum 10 to 12 transactions a year, minimum. Okay. That's with putting minimal effort. Okay. If you're actually putting effort into this business, sky's the limit. Okay.
What's minimal effort?
You're hoping it's going to fall in your lap. Okay. You're relying on your broker to spoon feed you leads without doing your own marketing and advertising. Okay. You don't want to spend any money. Look, it's not even about spending money. I just told you how you guys can get some buyers to work with at the beginning for free. Go to your brokers, go to other agents in your office that have listings, and ask them if you could do an open house for them. They'll be happy to take a Sunday off and allow you to sit in it all day. And any buyer that walks in that front door, they may not buy that house, but they're looking to buy, and they're going to buy something. You could get them as a buyer. You could get multiple buyers from sitting in there one day. Multiple people come into that open house. They're not working with an agent, then I would like to work with you. Right? That's a free, cheap way to get buyers. And sometimes those buyers already have a house to sell. That would be an added bonus. And that's without spending any money. You could also reach out to, you could look in the MLS to see any listings that have recently expired. You guys may want to take care of these highlights now. I'm still going to back up to that slide one more time. There's some more information on it. But just take care of these highlights right now. And after you guys take these highlights, if you can't read my chicken scratch notes over here, ask me what it is and I'll read it off to you. Okay. But these are my notes here for that, for these things. Now, ultimately, you'd be probably better off printing this out and studying this, but here are my notes. Do the highlights. Write the notes next to everything here. The part down bottom here, we didn't go over yet, but we will. But in the meantime, just write down all these notes and do all the highlights. And then I'll take attendance again, and we're going to break for lunch. See how time flies when you're having fun? Can't read anything, just ask me. I know I got some chicken scratch there. So just let me know when you guys got all those notes taken down, all right?
I'm done.
I got it.
I'll still leave this up on here, and we're going to review this part when we come back after lunch. But let me first throw out the attendance poll again, and then we'll break for lunch. So let me pause this recording. Okay, so everybody's got all these notes and highlights done?
Yeah.
Okay, so next step. Let's back up one slide here. We're going to go over some of these things down at the bottom where I had you reword them a little bit and cross some things out. So the word realtor or realtor associate is not a license type. All right, so the 4 license types are broker, salesperson, or referral agent. There is no realtor or realtor associate as a license type. That just means that you're a member of a trade organization, NAR, the National Association of Realtors. Its members are referred to as realtors. Those are what we call brokers who are members. And salespeople and broker salespeople who are members under their broker are called realtor associates. So you guys, when you become members of the Realtors Association, you're going to be a realtor associate. Technically speaking, only a broker is a realtor, but you'll still have your realtor PIN. You'll call yourself a realtor. Technically, on your business cards, it should be realtor-associate, okay? If you're going to use the term realtor instead of salesperson. Or let's see. So you're just a member of NAR, National Association of Realtors. That has nothing to do with state licensing, okay? So even though Realtor Association has its own rules for its members to follow, they have these code of ethics that we follow. The ethics are a set of rules of standards of how we should treat each other as industry professionals, but also how we should treat the public. Now, if we do something that's in violation of the code of ethics, are we breaking the law? Not necessarily. But either way, the rules that a realtor association puts in place has nothing to do with our licenses, because they have nothing to do with state licensing. Only the Real Estate Commission does, right? So the NAR, National Association of Realtors, or any other association of realtors, has nothing to do with state licensing. You have to understand that. They'll give you some kind of question on exams about that, understanding that difference, okay? Now, when you guys first become licensed, and before you can become a member of any MLS, the multiple listing system, or it's actually multiple listing service. These days we refer to it as a system because it's a computer system where we search for available properties for sale and lease, or where we input our listings of properties for sale or lease. So MLS kind of took on a new meaning, the multiple listing system. Before we could become members of any MLS, there's more than one, we have to be realtors in good standing, because most MLSs require that we are members of the Realtor Association and we're in good standing, meaning that we paid our realtor dues for our membership and we completed our Realtors Code of Ethics training, which is required every 3 years now. It used to be quadriennial, every 4 years, then they changed it to every 2, then every 1, and now it's every 3. They're not sure how often they want you to take their training, but other way, you could take this locally, in a classroom environment and pay like 15 bucks for it, or you could take it online for free on realtor.org. Realtor.com is the public's website. Realtor.org, O-R-G, is our website. Or that these days, I think forwards to nar.realtor anyway. They got their own top level domain now. Instead of .com, it's .realtor. So you need to complete that within 45 days of getting your license and associating with a brokerage office to be a realtor in good standing at that brokerage firm. And then, and only then, you can join the MLS, NMLS. Now, if you're going to go into commercial real estate, most commercial brokerages, they don't care if the MLSs that they're a member of don't require you to be a realtor. You don't have to become a member of NAR. Most of the residential MLSs do require them. Why? Well, because most of them are partially owned, at least by a local realtor association. A little conflict of interest there, maybe? Maybe, yes. One of my gripes. All right. Any questions on any of this stuff? What are the 4 license types, highest to lowest?
I got a question though.
Yeah, go ahead. Shoot.
So that's like it's required to join the NAR.
Not required.
No, yeah, it's not required, but you have to.
Required. Here, let me put it in big air quotes. It's not required, but hey, if you want to become a member of an MLS, you must join it. You know,
It is required because I have.
it is there. Yeah, I know. Listen, that's my gripe. That's my gripe. We're here together. We're in that same feeling there. You know, even though it's not technically required, well, you're not going to become a member of the important tool that you need, the MLS, unless you are a member. Can you do the business without becoming a member of the MLS? Yes. It's not going to be easy. You know, so technically you're not required. Okay. That's how they skirt the law and skirt the issues on this, you know.
So I gotta join that like a week after I get the license, pretty much. Just so
pretty much. Now, in the past, many brokerages, they allowed you to skate by and not join that until the Realtors Association catches on, and then they say, hey, your agent's not paid up, they're not a member, and you've been using your broker's login to the MLS. Well, look, a lot of brokers will not share that information anymore, their login for the MLS, because it's technically a violation of the MLS's rules. And if the MLS finds out, they could kick the broker out of their membership for the MLS and fine them thousands of dollars. So a lot of brokers won't do that anymore. So even though in the past they would, to get their agents to skate by a little bit so it's easier for them to start up at the beginning instead of laying out all this cash up front, you know, for this membership and that membership, you know, but it's getting harder for them to be able to do that.
So is the MLS membership and the NAR membership one or separate?
Separate entities. Separate fees. MLS is a trade association. What do you get out of it? You could say, I'm a realtor. We follow a stricter standard, a stricter code of ethics. You know, listen, yeah, there's many people who are realtors. Look, when we get to chapter 4 and we start talking about discrimination, I'll show you one where there's a realtor and she was actively engaging in discriminatory activities. Okay, because you complete an ethics class does not mean that you're going to act ethically. You know, so I mean, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. You know how that saying goes. You know, so it's basically the same there. You know, you could teach somebody the proper way to conduct themselves, but are they going to do it? I could teach you how not to break the law. Can you still break the law? Sure you can, you know, so. But either way, that's the whole spiel behind that. Realtors hold themselves to a higher standard. Not all licensees are realtors. Isn't that what the commercial says on TV when you see it all the time for realtors? You know, make sure that your agent is a realtor. Not all agents are licensed to realtor, or not all agents are realtors. They can't say licensed realtors because there is no license for a realtor. Just a member of an association where you paid dues and you took a 3-hour class. All right. So getting past that, the 4 license types, highest to lowest, broker, salesperson, and referral agent, or SLWRERC, salesperson license with a real estate referral company. Okay. Now, here's a way that if you ever decide that you, hey, it's too expensive, I'm not doing good, or I got a great job offer, I can't work in real estate for now, I'm going to give up my license. Don't give up your license. You can always hang it in a referral agency, which, by the way, I have one if you ever need it. You can always hang your license with a referral company and avoid some of the fees like errors and omissions insurance, realtors dues, or MLS memberships, and still keep your license active by only paying the license renewal fee. And you don't need to take continuing education classes, those 12 hours of CE continuing education classes every 2 years before you renew the license. All right, so we got all that stuff highlighted, and here you go. All initial renewed and reinstated licenses are issued on a biennial term that renews every other year, June 30th of odd numbered years. So not necessarily 2 years you'll have your license for the first time, depending when you get it, what month in the year you get it. And being a realtor or realtor associate, the member of NAR, they has no connection with state licensing. So violating their rules do not necessarily violate the law. What does your broker need to provide to salespeople? Office space and guidance and direction. You had to write in their office space because they didn't have it written in here. So make sure you wrote in their office space and guidance and direction. That's not training. That's making sure you're not violating the statutes or the administrative code. Who could manage a office? A broker or broker salesperson. You need to have one of those license types to manage an office. Broker or broker salesperson. All right. So what's the initial cost? Now, this stuff gets a little bit out of order from the order that it's written in the book, but I like to keep things in order since we're talking about licenses. Let's keep everything together. So the slide shows a little bit more in order, but it's opposite of the book a little bit here because this isn't until page 7 on the book where it talks about the cost to get your license or the cost to renew the license. Now, license renewals having to be done by June 30th of odd numbered years, that can be found on page 2 and again on page 6. But page 7 up here, there's a little chart that shows that salesperson and referral agents, it's initially $160 to get your license. The breakdown of that is $100 for the license, $50 for the background check, and $10 to the guarantee fund. For brokers, it's double the cost, $270, double the cost for the license, and double the cost for the guarantee fund. The FBI, the background check still costs the same, $50. for a grand total of $270. So to renew the license, it's $100, just the license fee, and double for the broker or broker salesperson, $200. When do you need to renew it by? June 30th of odd numbered years. You need to know that for exam. So when does your license expire? Don't say June 30th of odd numbered years. Your license is still good on June 30th. However, if you did not renew it by June 30th, the next day, July 1st, it expires. Now, technically, that's incorrect language I'm using, saying it expires, even though they may use that language on exam. Technically, it just becomes inactive if you didn't renew it. And your license can be inactive for where you could still reactivate it during the next licensing term. And how long is the next licensing term? You got to unmute yourselves if you're talking to me.
2 odd years.
2 years. So your license can be inactive for up to 2 years, where you could reactivate it still during the next term. All right. So inactive licenses can be reactivated for an additional fee. I think it's an additional $50 on top of to reactivate the license, on top of the renewal fee for your license. Now, keep in mind, if you have any license except for the referral agent, you also need to complete continuing education classes to renew that license. Right? Now, your continuing education classes, you need to complete those 12 hours 2 months before the license renewal. So if your license needs to be renewed on June 30th of odd numbered years, that would be April 30th. You need to complete your CE by. If you do not, and you miss that deadline to renew or to complete your CE, you cannot renew your license until the CE, your continuing education classes, are complete. And if you did not complete them on time by June 30th, by April 30th, the 2 months before the license renewal on June 30th, the state will charge you a $200 processing fee. They don't call it a fine, and they're very nitpicky about it. It's not a fine, it's a processing fee, because now we got to rush things because you did not do things on time. It's a fine. If you're charging me a fee for something because I didn't do something by a deadline, it's a freaking fine. At least that's my way of thinking. So here's a page I created for you. You may want to snap a picture of it or print this slide out as well, all about CE, the continuing education. Now, this stuff is found on page 6 and page 7 as well. Page 6. Yeah, page 6 and page 7. This stuff can be found. So don't worry. When we get to those pages, I'll have pages and I'll show you what to highlight on those pages, okay? Right now, let's just concentrate on the content that I got here on the slideshow, okay? So in order to renew your licenses, except for referral agent license, you need to complete how many hours of CE classes every 2 years?
12.
12. Now, can you just take any old class? No. Classes need to be approved and to have a license number on them. They need to be approved by the Real Estate Commission. And some classes are categorized as either being core classes, core topic classes, or electives. And there's certain core topic classes that you need to take. Out of the 12, 6 have to be in core topics, and 6 credits, or each credit is equal to 1 hour of classroom time. So 6 have to be in core topics, and 6 can be in electives. But you could take them all in core topics if you like. But either way, here's the breakdown of it. of those 6 core topics, 6 hours or 6 credits in core topics, 2 of them have to be specifically on ethics. Now, this is different than the Realtors Code of Ethics classes to become a member of the Realtors organization, which has nothing to do with state licensing. Okay. This is 2 hours of ethics classes for the renewal of your license. 1 hour of, or 1 credit of fair housing topics. And then the other 3 credits can be in any core topic. The remaining 6 hours or credits can be in any approved class, whether it's core, ethics, fair housing, or electives. So technically, you could take 11 credits in ethics. 11 credit hours can be in ethics and 1 in fair housing. It'll be a boring class, but sure, you could do that, technically. And if you, here's a website link for you where you can check your status. So when you complete your CE credits, the school that is, or the CE provider that you took the classes with, they have to report it to the Real Estate Commission via PSI, the company that they contract with to issue the exams and also to track the credits. So they have a credit reporting system here where you can log in and you could see how many CE credits you currently have. Here, I'm going to log on it so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Hopefully I have my login pre-typed in here so I don't have to try to remember my password. All right. And so this is the, well,
Still on the slide.
I know. So it'll take you here. So let me see. Let's take this link, copy that, and I'm going to share it with you guys in the chat window. This is the CE credit reporting system where you could track your CE that you've completed. It gives you instructions here for your first time of ever logging in here, how to create a login for yourself. They also mentioned something here. Do not use your NRDS number. NRDS number has to deal with NAR. When you're a member of the Realtors Association, they give you a membership ID number. That's their National Realtor Database System number. That's what that NRDS stands for. You have to use your own license number to create a login for yourself here. So you use your license number, your name as it appears on your license, and the last 4 digits of your social security number to create the login initially. You just follow those instructions. Let me log into the system here. That's my license number. That was. And so we just renewed the licenses. So for the next licensing term, I haven't completed any CE yet, as you can see here. 12 hours of CE, 0% complete, 0 of 12. How many core topics? 0 of 6. 2 ethics, 0 of 2. And fair housing, 0 of 1. As you completed them, you know, this bar will change color and it'll advance a little bit. Here, let me see if I could show you for the previous. Yeah, let's see if we could expand this a little bit and show you the last licensing term. It's going to open up. And Oh, well. All right, my cycle, current plan. Let me see if I can see my previous, the one for the previous years here. Usually there's a place where I could see that. Hold on. Move some stuff out of my way here. No, that's not it. Hmm. Oh, well, I guess I can't show it to you. Sorry about that. Last time it was previously there. Let's see, learning plan links. Oh, here we go. There you go. You guys can see this. There we go. I got to it. So this is the current cycle in progress. Here's the last cycle, 2001 to 2023, which we just completed. Let me open that one up and show you. So you could see as you progress and you complete all the 12 hours, 12 of 12 were completed. I took 7 hours of core topics instead of 6. I took 3 hours of ethics instead of 2. And I took 4 hours of fair housing instead of 1. So I took way more classes than were required. But I met the requirement. See, requirement met, everything will turn green once everything's been reported to the system. And then it shows you what specific classes you took and when they get reported. Okay. That's basically how the CE credit reporting system works, where you could check your progress and see how many hours of what that are lacking still and what you need to complete. And you can make sure that whoever you took CE classes with has reported them to the CE reporting system. All right. By the way, you could get people that have CE classes approved with the New Jersey Real Estate Commission, and they're giving these classes in other places. You could take them online or in person elsewhere. For instance, if I have some of these classes approved for teaching New Jersey CE credits, can I teach them to you in Las Vegas? Can I teach them to you in Louisiana, perhaps Mardi Gras? Can I teach them to you in Florida? Can I teach them to you on a cruise ship? Sure, I can. And if you came there to take these classes for your license renewal, is that a business trip?
I was gonna say, isn't that a write-off?
You're quick. You're catching on to what I'm saying here, you know? So here's a way that you could do what a lot of the rich folk do, okay? It's not just for rich people. If you know the rules, you could take advantage of these things too. So basically, you could take these classes elsewhere, and it's now a business trip. Your flight, your hotel, your meals. It's all a business trip now, and it's a tax write-off. It's a tax deduction. I guess it's kind of a way that you could combine your vacation into a working trip, right? And make it a working vacation, right? So to speak. And it's a tax write-off, okay? Only thing you can't write off your liquor bill or your significant other that you take with you, okay? You can only write off your portion of it. Okay, let's leave that at that and consult with your tax professional about tax advice. I'm not a tax attorney or a CPA, and there's my disclosure, so don't listen to anything I got to say. Do your own research. There you go. So you don't come biting me back in the butt later. All right. So basically, here is the requirements for that. The CE classes need to be approved by the REC. They need to be completed 2 months before the license renewal by April 30th. Otherwise, they give you a $200 processing fee charge. They specifically say it's not a fine, but hey, I consider it one. CE classes can be taken in person or remotely online at your own pace whenever you like. if you ever let your license lapse, or if you start off as a referral agent and want to convert it to a salesperson or vice versa, and then back and forth, there may be additional CE classes you need to take to convert it back to a different license type. Because you could change your license from referral agent to a salesperson, from salesperson back to a referral agent. It's a $50 fee to change the license type, by the way, but it's a way to avoid paying for realtor dues, errors and omissions insurance, and MLS fees if you got another job to do something else and you don't plan on actively engaging in the brokerage business for now. Okay, you could still keep your license active, hanging it in a referral agency, which I was telling you guys before I have. You could do that, and still keep your licenses active, and then at any time change it back. But when you change it back, depending how long the license was hanging in referral, you may need to take more than 12 hours of CE if it was more than one licensing term. And here's a little guide, a PDF document that explains how much CE classes you need to take. By the way, this breakdown over here I got of the CE credits, you could see them also here on the Real Estate Commission's website. Here's the breakdown of the required CE. 1 hour fair housing, 2 hours of ethics, 3 more hours of core, and 6 hours of electives or a mix, what have you. And with that chart for the CE and everything, they got all that same info that I just showed you on my slide right there at that link. But my slide's pretty good. And it also gives you that CE system where you could check your credits. And an additional note here that you may get this as a question on exams. Who is exempt from CE classes? Well, we know referral agents don't need to take CE to renew their licenses. But also, if you're a licensed broker and you've been licensed for at least 40 years, you're exempt from taking CE classes as well. Or if you're a newly licensed agent and you're getting licensed in the second half of the licensing term, you guys are not. You guys are getting licensed in the first half of the licensing term. So you're going to enjoy more of the 2 years there. But if you're getting licensed closer towards the end of the license renewal coming up, this class, this licensing class will count as your CE credits. So you don't need to take CE classes to renew the license if you're taking this licensing class towards the end of that licensing renewal term. That's all that's about. Okay. Anybody need to snap a picture or anything before I change the slide, or are everybody good?
We're good.
All right. Okay, so these are the activities that are required, that require a real estate license. Now, when performing any of these acts for someone else, not for yourself, you don't need a real estate license to sell your own house or to rent your own house, only when you're doing it for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or something else of value. A salesperson can do all the same activities that their broker can. The only difference is that they're doing it in the name of the broker under which they are employed with. Like listing real estate for sale, sell, exchange, buy, auction, or rent real estate. Interesting factoid here, even though New Jersey's the nanny state and has supervision and licensing for everything, we're one of the few states that don't actually have an auctioneer's license requirement. Go figure. To auction cars, houses, whatever, you don't need to have an auctioneer's license. No such license in New Jersey. However, if somebody's conducting an auction and they're selling real estate at that auction, you have to have someone there with a broker's license or a salesperson license working under a broker. To collect rents for someone else in exchange for a fee. To solicit prospective purchasers or sellers, you need to have a real estate license. To negotiate a real estate loan, commercial loan, that is. You need to have a real estate broker's license for that one. Sell lots or other parcels for a developer. You should be so lucky. That means more than one listing. Yeah, selling new construction is always a nice thing. I'll give you a class to take. I think in chapter 3, I'll give you some resources to take a class that teaches you about fixing and flipping houses, as well as learning about all the parts of a house so that you could speak intelligently to a contractor or developer and target working with new construction. Most real estate agents avoid that because they don't understand the process of how that works. But agents who work with new construction developers, on average, they're making at least $50,000 a year more than the average agent. So I'll show you a resource of where you could take a class to learn about that. That's 100% refundable if you don't like if you didn't like the class, if you're not happy with it. Sell business opportunities that involve real estate, because anybody can sell a business you don't need a real estate license to sell a business. But if real estate is involved in the sale of that business, it's going with it, either the sale or lease of real estate's going with it, then you need to have a real estate license to sell that business. Most business sales actually go through attorneys anyway. And any real estate contracts for the lease or sale of commercial property, we don't prepare those contracts anyway. Attorneys do. What we do is we prepare the non-binding term sheet, the terms of that sale. All right. Selling mobile homes. Licensees can broker the resale of mobile homes. We cannot sell new mobile homes because we're not licensed motor vehicle dealers, but we could broker the resale of mobile homes. But we have to follow all the Department of Motor Vehicle regulations. Mobile homes are considered to be personal property, just like your car, unless the axles are permanently removed from them and they're mounted to a foundation. Then it is considered to be part of the real estate. So, can a mobile home be considered real estate? Is it considered personal property or real estate? It's personal property, but it can be considered real estate if the axles are removed and it's mounted to a foundation. So let's do some of the highlights here now on page 3. Under activities covered, that we could sell those mobile homes. Let me know when you got that. I got it, and then I'll move on to the next slide.
All right, got it.
All right, here are some exemptions. Here's some exemptions from having a real estate license. A real estate license is not required to sell real estate when owners are selling their own property. We call those FSBO properties for short. For sale by owner, the acronym FSBO, we pronounce it as FSBO. Attorneys, executors, executrix, trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, or others handling real estate sales under the order of a court. They don't need to have a real estate license to sell that one property because they're doing it under the order of a court. You guys may have heard of the term executor before. That's if you die, you name somebody in a will to make sure that they are the ones that are going to make sure that your wishes in your will are carried out as you've stated. Well, these are gendered terms. An executor is a male, an executrix is a female that you would name in a will. Okay? Just like most languages out there in the world are based on genders. There's only two, male or female, despite what you hear in the news these days and all the hot topics. That's more of an emotional thing. But in the eyes of the law and languages, there's two. Male, female, executor is for males, executrix is for females. Okay. Banks and trust companies for properties that they own. It's kind of like for sale by owner, right? Properties that they own. Insurance companies for properties that they own. Okay. So attorneys are exempt while handling real estate under their normal practice of law. But an attorney who wishes to engage in the brokerage business by constantly soliciting listings and working with buyers and helping them buy and find properties, they need to get a real estate license just like you guys are here. Now, attorneys can get a waiver for the education requirement, but they still need to take the state exam to get their real estate license. But they'll need to still work underneath a real estate broker until they eventually get their own broker's license. All right. So there is a question here on the next slide that deals with this scenario. So did you guys see all this? Who's exempt from having a real estate license? For sale by owners, people operating under the order of a court, bank-owned properties for selling their own properties, basically FSBOs, and the same thing for insurance companies for properties that they own. So let's do these highlights here, and then we'll get to that question. Oh, this is, by the way, on page 3 as well. Let me add a page number to this image. While you guys are highlighting that.
I got it.
All right. So everybody got that? The exemptions?
Yes.
All right. So which of the following are never allowed to sell real estate without a license? Well, let's examine how we should approach questions on exams. So I'm giving you some tips here on exam taking right now. First, we should read the question fully so that we understand it. If the question is very long-winded, break it down into edible chunks, okay? And then try to think of the answer in your head before you ever look at the answer options. And then when you look at the answer options, I want you to do process of elimination. Let's eliminate don't look for the right answer. Look for the answer options that we know that it is not. And the way you could do this is you could ask yourself a question about each of the answer options. Let's walk through this. Which of the following are never? Now, be careful when you see absolute terms in questions like never, always, or things like except or other than. Be very careful about reading those answer options then. And sometimes the question may be looking for the opposite of what you're thinking it is. And when the answer options are usually absolute in nature, usually they're not the right answer. Okay, there's some tips there. So, which of the following are never allowed to sell real estate without a license? Let's see, banks. Can banks ever sell real estate without a license? Well, yeah, we learned that bank-owned properties for sale by owners, they could sell. So that's not it. What about insurance brokers?
No.
Well, I'm pretty sure it said insurance company, didn't it? Yeah, insurance and insurance companies. Insurance brokers, are they talking about the same thing? You know what? Let's table that one because we're not sure yet, right? What about attorneys? Can they ever sell real estate without having a real estate license?
No.
No.
Attorneys are exempt while handling real estate under their normal practice of law. So there is a situation where they are exempt. So it's not attorneys. And what about owners? Can owners sell their own house without having a real estate license?
Yes.
For sale by owners. So just by process of elimination, the one we weren't sure about, we know that that's the answer. Now, why? Well, it don't matter. We know that that's the answer because we did process of elimination. We know there's situations where banks can sell their own properties, attorneys can sell without a license, and where owners don't need a license to sell their own property. So just by process of elimination, we know the answer is B. But let me explain why it's B. Well, an insurance broker is someone who works for an insurance company. They cannot sell real estate without a license. Their company can. It's the individual. An insurance broker's license is different from a real estate broker's license. All right, payments for services. In order to collect a commission, it's illegal for anybody to share any portion of a commission without having a real estate license. You must be licensed at the time the service is being performed. Finder's fees or kickbacks are money or gifts to unlicensed people who perhaps could refer buyers or sellers. That's also forbidden. That's illegal. Those are known as kickbacks. For instance, you can't give money or a gift to your friend for referring you someone who bought a house or sold a house, not unless that friend had a real estate license. But then again, you can't give it to them anyway, because you as a salesperson, who can you be paid by? You could only be paid by your broker that you work for. That's the only person you could receive compensation from. You cannot pay anybody, because if somebody else is licensed, who can they be paid by? Only their broker. That's the only person they can receive compensation from. So by following the money, it's easy to tell if somebody broke the law. So you as a salesperson, who can you pay? Nobody. Who can you be paid by?
The broker.
Okay.
Only your broker. Now, here's a little trickier question. Who can their broker pay? Well, brokers can pay any of their licensees. That covers all the license types: brokers, salespeople, referral agents, salespeople. They could pay another broker when they pay out the referral fee. When they close on a deal, they pay the referral fee. The broker pays it to another broker. Then that broker pays their agent. Or there is another circumstance which we did not go over yet, where if you are a buyer's agent, under certain circumstances, we are allowed to pay rebates to the purchaser of a primary residence. Now, we as the agents, we don't pay it. So technically that's incorrect the way I phrased it. If your broker allows it as a company policy, the law allows agents to pay a rebate to the buyer of a primary residence, provided that at the time we started working with them, we disclosed it in writing that we were going to be giving them a rebate, how much that rebate was going to be, and we advised them to consult with a tax professional because they may have to pay income taxes on that rebate that they're getting. I don't know. I'm not a tax professional and I'm not their tax attorney, right? So who can we give rebates to? Only buyers of a primary residence in the form of a credit or check at closing, which will be a direct reduction from our commission. So technically, we're not even the one that's paying it. Whoever the closing agent is, which is usually an attorney or a title company, will deduct that amount from our commission and pay it to the buyer at closing in the form of a credit or check. Okay? And it will be the buyer of a primary residence. Let me get to that now. What is a primary residence? It's your main house that you're going to be living at. It's not a second home or vacation property or an investment property. It's not a commercial property. It is your primary residence, is the house you live in. The one where your driver's license is registered. The one that you are registered to vote from. The one where you file your taxes out. Okay? That is your primary residence. Okay?
I got it.
All right, guys. So, for payments for services, all that stuff we just seen on that previous slide, this is all the book got for you. See, I break it down a little bit more detail. The book just here put a highlighted box around payments for services. It highlights it. It's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. But then it gets into about who the broker could pay, who the agent can pay, giving a rebate, and paying kickbacks or finder's fees. All that stuff is in here too. It just don't get as specific in it in its explanation as I did on the previous slide. That's why some of my slides may be a little bit better to study from. They make good notes. So let me know when you guys have that highlighted on the bottom of page 3. That's the last paragraph, I believe, on the bottom of page 3. You know, these first couple of chapters are going to have a lot of highlights in them. Seems like we're highlighting everything. But the only reason for that is, well, the first couple of chapters have loads of exam questions built into them. Many exam questions come from these first couple chapters. Hint, hint. All right, moving along. So only your broker can pay a commission, and as proof, look, the real estate commission goes after people. Look at this one. In Monmouth County, this person admitted that she accepted a commission as a salesperson from somebody other than their employing broker. She's required to complete an additional 3 hours of continuing education classes that will not count as those CE classes to renew the license, and has to pay $2,500 fine. Was it worth getting paid by somebody else? Probably not. Or this fella here, formerly licensed as a real estate broker salesperson. Let's see, he collected commissions from someone other than his employing broker. Failed to indicate the license status of an executed sales contract. Oh, you have to do this now. On your contracts, you have to specify what license type you have. Now, in our standard contract, it's built into there now, so it makes it a little bit easier, but previously we had to write it in. So his license was suspended for 6 months, required to complete an additional 6 hours of CE that won't count towards license renewal, and has to, in ethics and agency law, and he has to pay a $3,000 fine. Ouch. That could hurt. Do the right thing. All right. Page 4. What can an unlicensed person do and not do? Or not do and do. The book did not do a good job, so maybe you want to underline this or put this in a box and highlight it like I did. I underlined the words may not. An unlicensed assistant or secretary may not. An unlicensed assistant or secretary may. So now you have the list of what you can and what you cannot do with or without a license. Has anybody ever called a real estate brokerage looking to buy a house or rent a house or something, and they're looking for information about a property? When you call them up, it seems like the person answering the phone is asking you a bunch of questions, but they won't seem to give you the information that you want. I just want to know if the property's available. I want to know how many bedrooms and baths. I want to know what the asking price is, and they're giving you the runaround. What's your name? What's your number in case we get disconnected? What's your email address? What's the name of your firstborn? Like, they ask you all these questions, but they won't give you the information that you're asking about. All right. The reason why? They don't have a real estate license. When you call a real estate office, the person answering the phone sometimes is an unlicensed secretary who does not have a real estate license. And therefore, it is illegal. It's against the law for them to even tell you if the property is still available. So if you're getting that runaround when you call a real estate brokerage, that's probably why. So an unlicensed assistant or secretary may not show property, answer any questions about listed property, make cold calls by phone or in person seeking business from potential listers, purchasers, tenants, or landlords. They cannot discuss or explain a contract with anyone outside the brokerage firm. They cannot make telephone calls for rent collections. Except when accompanying a licensee, they cannot host an open house or promotional booths or distribute promotional materials or attend a home inspection without a licensed real estate agent being present there with them. In other words, you can't send somebody out with without a license to do stuff for you. You can't have them making prospecting calls trying to get business for you. So you can't get your kids or nieces and nephews who are unlicensed to start making phone calls on your behalf. Okay? That child labor thing, you can't do that here. An unlicensed assistant or secretary can answer phones and forward calls. It's a wonderful day at ABC Realty. Can I get your name and number, and I'll forward you to a licensed real estate agent who can answer your questions. That's all they can do. Process and submit listings and changes to the MLS, because they're not creating the wording. They're just taking the paperwork that a real estate licensee had gathered from a property and had the owner sign off on it, that verifying all that information, and then they just do data entry of it. Placing signs on property, they are allowed to. A person without a real estate license is allowed to put a real estate sign on a property. And they're allowed to pick up keys and deliver documents. They just can't explain those documents. So you see, deliver documents, they're allowed to. Discuss or explain contracts, they can't. So if you get a question on exam like this, how would you answer? Okay, you paying attention? Paying attention?
Yeah.
Real estate licensee and their unlicensed assistants are on their way to present an offer. On the way, they get into a horrific car accident, and the licensee is rushed to the hospital. What should the unlicensed assistant do? Deliver the contract, bring it back to the broker, or two other nonsense, incorrect answers?
Deliver the contract.
Bring it back to the broker, right?
Okay, why'd you say bring it back to the broker?
It says right there, they can't discuss or explain the contract. Okay, right?
Okay, well, they could deliver the document though, can't they?
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
So I just want to explore this a little further. You're right in your answer, by the way. Bring it back to the broker. Even though they're allowed to deliver the documents, what were they on their way to do? To present the offer. So what are you going to do? You're gonna show up there and just throw a piece of paper in their face and be like, "Hey, listen, I got a contract here for you. There you go. What is this? Who's it from? How much is it for? Sorry, can't talk to you about it." That's why it's probably not the best idea to do that. You'd be better off bringing it back to the broker or giving it to the broker and letting the broker go and present that offer then, right? That's why. I just want to give you guys a little rationalization into why. Even though they're technically allowed to deliver the contract, put yourself in that situation. It wouldn't seem like it would make much sense. You're throwing a contract in somebody's face being like, can't talk about it. Okay, unlicensed person is also allowed to schedule appointments for showings. They can't do the showings, but they're allowed to schedule appointments for you. Set up files and track and secure documents. Yeah, secretarial work. Only under the direction of a licensee, have keys made up for company listings, write and place advertisements, type contracts for them, order items or inspections, and prepare flyers and promotional materials. Only under the supervision of a licensee. Keep records and deposit earnest money in the bank. Follow up on loan applications or compute commission checks. You see, your broker often has unlicensed secretarial staff, and often they're preparing the commission checks for the agents. Now, they're not signing them. The broker has to review everything and ultimately sign off on it. But the secretaries are allowed to prepare those documents and those checks, which are then to be signed off by the broker after they verify the information. So this is just another slide that adds to a little bit what we just seen. So unlicensed assistants and support staff are valuable employees in the real estate office. However, given the licensing requirements imposed by the New Jersey statutes, there's parameters to the activities and what they can and can't do. So the Real Estate Commission put together a simple do's and don'ts list here, but it's not meant to be a comprehensive list of what they can and can't do. But these are some of the basics of it, some of the things that we just went over that are in the book. But here are some things that are in addition. They could answer phones and forward calls, but not give out any information about listed property. They could process and submit listings and changes to the MLS. They could follow up on loan applications after contracts have been fully executed. That means fully signed by everybody. They could set up filing procedures and dealing with paperwork and securing documents, scheduling appointments, etc. And only under the supervision of a licensee, an unlicensed assistant can have keys made for company listings, write and place ads, keep records of deposits and money, calculate commission checks, place signs on properties, order inspections, host an open house with the supervision of a licensee there, prepare flyers and promotional materials, and act as a courier when delivering documents. Licensees are responsible for delivering contracts or closing materials, though. Okay, so even though the unlicensed assistant can deliver documents, they're not allowed to deliver the contracts or closing materials. Here's another slide that goes over all that same stuff. As a matter of fact, this is getting a little repetitious. Let me delete that slide. It's too much. Boom. So let's see. Allowing unaccompanied access to a property without the licensee being present. Yeah, you don't let somebody, you don't just give somebody the keys to go show them, to let themselves in and see the house, even if it's vacant, okay? You could lose your license for that. Now, in the past, it was a little bit easier for us to do because we had separate digital lockbox devices that would open up those electronic lock boxes for us, those electronic key boxes. But now,
Hello?
sorry about that. Can you guys hear me yet?
Yeah,
All right. Sorry about that. I just got a new microphone and video camera here, and I didn't run the wires properly yet, so I kind of unplugged it a little bit. All right. So what was I saying? Okay. So previously it was easier to give access to anybody with that to get into a lockbox, those digital key lock boxes that I was telling you about. And I showed you one of them right here. I'll show you how to open one of these in a moment. But previously there was a separate little lockbox device that we would plug into a phone line. It would dial into a server at night, get the latest access, make sure that you're still licensed and you still have the authority to open up those lock boxes. And it would upload the information for any lock boxes that you may have opened up. So this way the listing agent gets it. Well, now all that information is done automatically through an app. So it's an app that's installed on your cell phones now. Now you're probably less likely to give somebody your cell phone, right? Hell, you don't want nobody to look at your text messages and pictures and on your cell phones, let alone give them your cell phone and give them full access to it. So it's unlikely that you're going to give that to anybody to do that now. But these days, it's a lot harder to do that because you're not going to be giving that out. But there's an app now that's installed on your cell phone, which even makes it more secure. Let me open up my my SupraKey app here. As you can see right here, let me see. I got to be so far away. Anyway, there's a little SupraKey app here. I click on that, and there is a key there. So I'm going to click on that key. Whoop. And now I have to enter my code. And you hear it. I activate the lockbox by pressing up on the bottom, and you see that light?
Yeah.
Okay, so and now it releases. I press on the bottom again, and it releases this, and this is the box that will hold the keys inside of it. Okay, and then when you're done showing the house and you've locked up the house, you just, there's a lifetime battery inside of this key box. You just put the keys back in there, slide that back in place, and it locks in place again. Okay, that's how these digital lock boxes work. But make sure that when you enter that code on your cell phone to unlock the lockbox to give you access to the key, you first need to activate this. There's a lifetime battery in here. Now, this battery doesn't get charged. When this battery runs low, it gets thrown away. You return it, and the MLS, actually the broker does, because the broker owns these, and they'll just get a new one. But it's a lifetime battery because it's only running for a limited period of time. You have to actually press on the bottom of the lockbox to turn the battery on for like 30 seconds, in which time it will connect with your cell phone by Bluetooth. So see, it's iBox BTLE, that's Bluetooth. So you have to have the Bluetooth connected on your cell phone in order for this to work. And then when that lockbox opens, a notification will be sent to the listing agent that you and all your contact information at what time accessed a specific listing. All right. Now, I didn't assign this lockbox to any listings. Either that or just didn't update yet because it's not showing me any notifications for my listing. Here, let me hit update. Key update. Okay, now you see there, it says 1 showing notification now. It said 0 before. And now it's showing that I had the 1 showing that I accessed the property for the listing. All right, because it's my lockbox. It's registered to me. Now, when you put these lock boxes on a property, you have to have a shackle code. There's a separate code to release this. And let me tell you, when you guys put these on a property, this should go on a door handle, a metal railing. Do not attach these to tree branches. That is stupid. Somebody can just break it off and steal it, okay? These block boxes are about 110, 120 bucks a piece. And your broker will hold you liable for that if you don't return it. Let me see. So what's my shackle code on this? So there's just a shackle release. I enter. I put in my code. And begin. Press on the bottom. Okay, success. And it comes off. And you can see there's the steel hooks on that. So it'll hold there securely. So now you just put this around a door handle, or you put this around a banister, a metal banister or a railing, and locks back into place. Okay, and it's secure. So this is a steel lockbox. It's actually covered in this blue rubber type material that's non-marring, so it's not going to scratch up any expensive doors or anything that somebody has. So that's how a lockbox works, how these Bluetooth Supra key software and lockboxes work. Okay, and of course they have access to a flashlight, immediate button that gives you the flashlight. Okay, They have an alert set up there that you could set up an emergency alert in case you're in trouble, and it'll send out a emergency contact to somebody. But when we get into one of the other chapters, I think chapter 3, I'm going to show you how your cell phones already have these emergency alert systems built into them that you don't need to pay for or subscribe to. Where if you're in trouble, you could send out a emergency alert message to people using the SOS feature built into your Android or Apple phone. Okay. Let's now get back to the slide here that says that you should not get access to people. So if you have just a key, or which is not in a lockbox, or if it's a combination lockbox on a property, you should not give access to people or even open the door and leave somebody in a property that does not have a license. In this instance, this guy, David Beach, he actually had a contract with his buyer client here. And they didn't close on the property yet, but when they do their final walkthrough, I guess, he left his client there alone in the property to check it out. And he got in trouble for this because he left them unattended in the house. Even though they were buying the house, they just didn't close on it yet. He still got in trouble for that, because you're not supposed to leave somebody unattended in a property. It's not their house yet. So he got 6 months, let's see, his license will be put on probation for a year, with 6 months, within 6 months of the issuance of this order. He has to complete 6 hours of CE, 3 in ethics and 3 in agency topics that won't count towards license renewal. And he had a $3,250 fine.
Who told on him?
They found out somehow. Maybe there were security cameras in the house. Maybe somebody walked in and said, "Who the hell are you?" Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You may think, who's going to know? It happens. I don't know. I don't know this guy personally, but I don't know. It happens. Look, you can see some stories, I tell you. If you look back far enough, you may find some interesting ones if they're still up there. I don't know. I remember when that show on TV was starting out, Housewives of New Jersey. Now they got Housewives of Georgia, Housewives of this, and Housewives of that. You know, all those TV shows, those Housewives of whatever state. You guys know what I'm talking about? Those drama shows, those drama TV shows. Now you're better off that you don't. It's a waste of time. Anyway, they had these Housewives of New Jersey show, and a real estate agent was got access for a buyer to look at a house, and they liked this one house, and so they came back to show the house again, and it wasn't the seller there, but it was one of their relatives or somebody who they gave access to open up the house for them. The real estate agent told them to leave the house so that they could show the buyer the house on their own. They ended up being there for about a half a day in that house. They allowed a film crew to come in to film one of the episodes of the Housewives of New Jersey in this house that was listed for sale. They never got the owner's permission to do this. They did wardrobe changes where she was even in the house in her wedding dress. And it was crazy. You had a whole film crew there filming in somebody's house without their permission for half a day. The real estate agent got in trouble for this. The real estate agent's broker got in trouble for it, because the broker should have known what their agent was up to. They're responsible for all of their agent's activities. So even their broker got in trouble, and they got fined. All right. So anyway, there you go. All right. Qualifications for getting your license. You already went over this way before you ever signed up for this class, I'm sure. You have to be at least 18 years of age or older. Let me see, where does this start? This is on the top, I'm sorry, the bottom of page 4. You have to be at least 18 years of age or older to get your real estate salesperson's license or referral agent's license, right? You have to prove a high school education or GED equivalent. Furnish evidence of good moral character, I guess by not lying on your application about having a GED or committing any crimes or anything. Successfully completing a 75-hour pre-licensing course, which you guys are here to do right now. You will have to disclose your social security number to me, which I then have to transmit to PSI. It's a requirement. You have to do it. If you don't want to give it to me, don't complain to the real estate commission. God knows I did. Schools should not be collecting that information, but they still, this is the process they have in place for us to do it. Provide documentation of citizenship or legal residence in the United States. That's the old way of doing it. Recently, the governor, along with New Jersey legislators, waved their magic wand and they turned New Jersey into a sanctuary state in violation of federal law. They created their own laws. Is this going to stand in the long term? I don't know. But as of right now, New Jersey's a sanctuary state. You could be here illegally in the United States. And that's fine in New Jersey. So New Jersey said that, well, since we're allowing people here to be illegally in the in New Jersey, we're going to allow them to work. So they created a law here, a bill, S-2455, allows undocumented immigrants to obtain a professional license. So you don't even need to, people, I get calls all the time, people, can I get a real estate license without having working papers? You can get a real estate license being illegally in the United States. Okay, so now how the details and particulars of that work deal with the real estate commission, I have no idea. But they did pass a law that allows you to get a professional license, to get your real estate license, to become a doctor, an attorney, to get your beauty salon license, what have you, okay? Any profession that requires licensing, they allow it. Now, you also need to pass a state exam and then get fingerprinted and then get sponsored by the broker to activate that license, okay? Now, in order to get your broker's license or broker salesperson's license, it's all the same requirements, basically, with some additional ones. But before we move on to that, let's write underneath this last bullet point, fingerprinting, because they left that one out of the list. You still need to get fingerprinted.
All right, got it.
Now, let's see, qualifications for the broker or broker salesperson's license. You have to be 18 years of age or older. Prove a high school education or its equivalent, just like a salesperson. Furnish evidence of good moral character. Served 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. Successfully complete a 150-hour pre-licensing broker course, which consists of 3 modules: a 30-hour class in ethics and agency law, 30 hours in office management, and a 90-hour core topic. You have to disclose your social security number again. You have to get fingerprinted and pass a state exam. So, how old do you need to be to get your broker's license in New Jersey?
18 or older.
Okay. Now, how old do you need to be to get your salesperson's license in New Jersey?
18 or older.
How long do you need to be a full-time salesperson to get your broker's license?
3
3
years.
years, full time.
Carry the 3.
21.
So how old do you need to be to get your real estate broker's license in New Jersey?
21 or older.
You just fell into the trap of common sense. See, I'm trying to teach you a lesson here. When it comes to state exams and especially licensing exams like this, if there's ever an exception to the rule, you follow the exception rather than the rule. Now, based on what I just taught you, you need to be 18 years of age or older and been 3 years full time. So basically, you need to be 21 to get your broker's license. That applies to most individuals. However, I'm going to click this and something's going to pop up over here. There is an exception for veterans, honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities. Otherwise, for most, it's 21. When taking the state exams, always follow the exception rather than the rule. So, the exception is if you are let's say you turned 18, you got your real estate license, or you joined the military, whichever order you did it. You got to be 18 to join the military, right? So you join the military. You get wounded, you get sent home. Now you get your real estate license. You're still 18. You don't need to serve 3 years full time as a salesperson. You could then, after you get your salesperson's license, you could immediately take the broker's classes and get a waiver for the 3 years experience requirement to become a broker.
Oh, wow.
Now, I support our military 1,000%. I believe they should get all the benefits due to them for putting their lives on the line for us. But I think this is one of the dumbest exceptions that they give, one of the dumbest benefits. Why do we have a 3-year full-time requirement to work in the business as a salesperson before you can become a broker? I mean,
experience.
Eligible.
To gain some experience, especially if you're going to be able to hire staff that you're responsible for, making sure they're following the rules and regulations of the state. You just got your own license yourself and became a broker. You skipped the whole thing. You don't got the experience. I think this is the dumbest exception to that rule, the dumbest benefit that they could give. Because you don't have that experience, how are you going to be guiding others on how to do the business? I think this is very risky for somebody to do. But it is a benefit that New Jersey does give. All right. I just want to make you aware of it. So because of this exception, is it possible to technically get your broker's license at 18? Yeah, if you're an honorably discharged veteran with a service-connected wound or disability, and everything happens within that 1 year, yeah, I guess technically it is possible. Okay. So that's the situation where it would be possible. So how old do you need to be to get your broker's license? Even though the answer option 21 will be on that list of multiple choice answers,
18.
you're going to select 18. But now you know why. Okay. You follow the exception rather than the rule. All right, so let's write that next to be 18 years of age or older. This is an exception for vets. Otherwise, the age is 21, or for veterans. You can spell out the whole word there if you like. This is an exception for veterans. Otherwise, the age is 21. Because remember, you had to serve 3 years full time as a salesperson. And then also write fingerprinting down there. This is on page 5, by the way. Page 5. Let me know when everybody's got that.
I got it.
All right. By the way, let me throw out the after break attendance poll. If everybody could answer that after break attendance poll, please. Just got to click on the word present there. Thank you. And everybody got these notes?
Yeah.
Now, what is full time? Now, you're not exactly punching in on a time clock when working as a real estate agent, are you? As a matter of fact, if you got your butt planted in a chair in the office all day as a broker, I would be saying that you're not working, not unless you're meeting with clients or preparing contracts. What are you doing all day? So, there's two definitions for full-time. One is, what is full-time for a salesperson trying to obtain their broker's license, which can be found on page 5. And that would be on the last paragraph of the page, right here on page 5. And the other is on page 16, on the third paragraph, under the area titled Main Office. Let's do these highlights and make these notes. This is page 5. You're writing this, see page 16. So there's one definition for full-time for a salesperson trying to get their broker's license. Full-time means that you worked at least 40 hours a week between the hours of approximately 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. And during that time, you were not employed elsewhere except on a part-time basis for no more than 25 hours per week. If you already have a broker or broker salesperson's license, full-time for a supervising licensee means that you are physically present in the office 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever they may be, and you do not have another job. Why? Because you're supposed to be in the office supervised. Now, technically, are there workarounds for this? Yes. You could have somebody else in the office with a broker salesperson's license that's covering for you in your absence, if you're the supervising manager of that office. If somebody else has a broker salesperson's license, you could have them act as the office manager in your place when you're out. Otherwise, in a small mom and pop office where you only have one broker, if you don't have somebody else with a broker salesperson's license to cover for the broker in their absence, they can never go on vacation. They can never stay home sick because they're supposed to be in the office at least 5 days a week during normal business hours, right? Everybody got these notes?
I got it.
Yeah. All right. So let's back that up again. So that's the breakdown on my slide here. Now, as a salesperson, if you guys are going to try to eventually get your broker's license, you have to be working full-time for how long?
3 years.
3 years. Now, I've had people attend my broker's classes, and they did not get the broker to sign off in advance that they were there for 3 years and they meet the qualifications. So they just spent $1,000 on taking a broker's class, and only to find out that they can't get their broker's license because their broker won't sign off agreeing that they were working full time during the last 3 years. That would suck.
Question.
So how would you prevent a broker from doing this? Now, why would a broker do that? I mean, as a broker, I would want my agents to get their broker salespeople license. Maybe they could manage an office and I could open another office, or maybe they could cover for me in my absence, or, give them the opportunity for advancement to stick with your company, But some brokers, they got this chip on the shoulder that everybody's out to get them, that you're just going to open up your own office and leave and try to steal all your agents away and recruit them away. So they want to prevent you from getting your broker's license. That's not the right way to look at things. So they'll do things like this and be dishonest. But you know what? The real estate commission, they trust what the broker has to say. There's a broker experience history report, which I have the link to here at the bottom, that the salesperson has to fill out some information, and their broker needs to fill out some information about their experience in order to qualify for getting the broker's license. Now, instead of waiting 3 years to get them to fill this out and then just finding out at that point that they won't do it, I would suggest that you guys put together your own Word document and maybe have the broker sign it quarterly, every 3 months. There's 4 quarters in the year. That's 3 months that's every 3 months. Just have them fill out that I state your name and your license number. I'm a licensed real estate salesperson at whatever brokerage it is under this broker, who is verifying that I was working full time within this last quarter, the last 3 months, and then have them sign that every quarter. This way, you don't have to wait 3 years to find out they're going to screw you over. You could find out right away. And if they're going to do that and play that game, bye-bye, leave, get the hell out of there, go on somewhere else. Okay? Just my 2 cents, giving a little input there, a little insight from what I've seen as an instructor and a broker and a salesperson. I went to get my broker's license, and I had 2 brokers that tried to screw me over like this, because I had 2 brokers that I worked for in a 3-year span when I was applying for my broker's license. But I was still able to work around it. Thank God I had evidence. One of the brokers, she actually worked for me because I actually opened up my own brokerage before I had a broker's license, and she worked for me as my broker, and she was just afraid that she was going to lose her job if I got my broker's license. So she tried to prevent me from getting mine. Real Estate Commission realized that, and they ignored what she had to say. And then my previous broker, he basically lied, and I had evidence against that because I'm divorced, but I used to be married, and I was married to an immigrant. So if you guys ever marry somebody who's not a citizen, you have to sponsor them, and so you need to get a letter from your employer that states that that you work full time for them, and you make sufficient funds to be able to support you and your spouse. Okay. So I had a letter from that broker that said that I worked full time that he gave to me to give to immigration, yet he's telling the Real Estate Commission that I did not work full time. So that was my evidence to get around that one. Amazingly, they didn't, say anything to him about his lying, but I cold busted him on that. So I got around 2 people lying, but most situations people don't have that kind of evidence, and they don't end up getting their licenses, which is a shame. So try to protect yourselves. I'm just giving you a little advice. Okay. But you need to study these for exam. What is full time for a salesperson trying to obtain their broker's license? 40 hours a week between the hours of approximately 10 and 8, and not have another job more than 25 hours per week. What is a full time for a supervising licensee? Physically present during normal business hours and does not have another job. You need to study those two definitions. You will get them on exams. So that exception for the licenses for the veterans serving that 3-year full-time experience requirement. Here is a link to the form for the veterans to get that waiver. It's actually not a form, it's just a flyer, I think. They'd have to contact the real estate commission to get this implicit permission and then supply whatever evidence that they need. But I'm opening it up just so we can take a look at it and see what it is. And here's that form. Discharge disabled veteran waiver. Must complete 75 hours salesperson or 75 hours college credits in real estate related courses. Submit a copy of your certification of disability. I'm not sure what level of disability because the military has different levels, 25%, 50, 75 total disability. Copy of their DD-214 and honorable discharge. And to be a broker, veterans are waived the 3-year experience. Complete 225 college credits in real estate, 75 hours. Submit a certification of disability and okay. So anyway, those are the requirements for disabled veterans. Okay. What about some of these extra? All right, the education requirement can also be waived for a licensed broker, from another state. Someone previously licensed as a New Jersey broker within the last 5 years. If they let their broker's license expire, they may be reissued a salesperson's license without having to retake any courses, but they're no longer reinstated as a broker. Someone who has taken equivalent real estate courses in college, meaning that you majored in real estate. New Jersey attorneys. However, they're not exempt from the 3-year full-time experience requirement. Who's the only person that is? An honorably discharged veteran with a service-connected wound or disability. Not attorneys. They still need to serve 3 years full-time as a salesperson before they could get their broker's license. Now, how many people you know as attorneys are going to quit being an attorney to be a full-time salesperson in real estate to get their broker's license? Probably none, right? So what do you think I call attorneys who have their broker's licenses? Liars. They're either liars or there may be an instance where they're not a liar if they got their broker's license before they became an attorney. Okay. That would be a situation. I want to cover all my bases there because, I mean, how many attorneys are going to quit being an attorney to become a salesperson 3 years full time? It's probably nonsense. Certain applicants who took pre-equivalent licensing courses in another state, meaning at least 75 hours. And New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other state. What does that mean? That means if you're licensed in one state and you come to this state, boom, they just give you the license. New Jersey can give you an education waiver, but you still need to take the state exam here. Okay. New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other state. This is what you should do, though, if you want to get licensed in multiple states. First, take this class and get licensed here in New Jersey, because New Jersey's probably one of the harder ones to take. Then you could use your completion certificate from the school, which acts as your school transcript. You give that to the, go to New York, give them your school transcript. They'll give you an education waiver. You just take their state exam there. They'll give you the real estate license there. Now you take that New York license, show it to Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania will then just give the license to you. Pennsylvania has the reciprocity with New York, but not with New Jersey. New Jersey, because New Jersey's are sticklers. We don't have reciprocity with anybody, so they don't have it with us either. But there's a quick way to get licensed in all 3 states. Many states you could just get licensed online these days. Florida is easy to get. You only need to take 40 hours of classes. But the thing is, after you get your license there and pass the exam and all, they require you to take more courses after you get licensed within so many years. I forget their exact requirements. You'd have to check with them. But if you want to get licensed in multiple states, you got to check with each state what their requirements are. I am coming up with a guide that I will post on our website on what those requirements are for all 50 states and the contacts for the licensing authorities in all 50 states. All right, so page 5, here are the exceptions now to highlight. Those ones that we just spoke about, we can highlight them here. Okay, the experience requirement for a broker or salesperson's license can be waived for that honorably discharged veteran with a service-connected wound or disability. Their licensing and renewal fees are also waived. Then put a box around the bullet points here. Commission could also, and then highlight and underline, waive the education requirement, not the experience requirement, but the education requirement only for these people. And then all the way down the bottom of that page, highlight that New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other states. We have no reciprocity.
Question.
Yeah.
So when they say, I know you probably went over this, but when they say like no convictions within preceding 5 years, that means that the person didn't actually plead guilty. There wasn't no guilty plea to those charges.
Wait, for what?
For the charges that are over here, it says no license issued to anyone convicted within the.
Yeah, convicted. Yeah. Yeah. You have to be convicted, not just accused. Okay. You're innocent until proven guilty. At least you should be. I know if you look at the news lately, it seems like things are going kind of bad, off the rails a little bit, but it's supposed to be this way. You're innocent until proven guilty. All right. So, everybody got those highlights, right?
Yeah.
Now, licensees and criminal convictions, well, like we were seeing here, no license will be issued to anyone convicted within the preceding 5 years of forgery, burglary, or under anything. Now, these are the same things that I was reading to you when we were getting started in the slideshows and those disclosure forms that I had showed that we got from the Real Estate Commission. Now, on license applications with certain criminal convictions, licensees convicted of certain offenses and indicted for certain crimes, respectively. Okay, even though you're innocent until proven guilty, indictment means you're simply accused of a crime. Like we keep hearing in the news right now that Trump is being indicted for this, Trump is being indicted for that. That just means you're accused of a crime. It doesn't mean that you're guilty of it. Okay. You guys ever hear that some famous attorneys where they use that term, you could indict a ham sandwich. You know, it's not hard to get an indictment, you know, because it's a one-sided view that's presented to a jury who doesn't hear the other side. They don't get a chance to defend themselves. You just hear a one-sided view. So it's easy to get an indictment on somebody to see whether you should go forward with a trial. That's all an indictment is, you know. So it's a loaded it's a loaded question. I could say whatever kind of a story I want to about you to try to get you indicted, and it's easy to get done. But indictments for certain kinds of crimes could cause you to have your license to be suspended, or could delay your getting a license until there's an outcome to those to the hearings of those crimes. Because certain crimes like kidnapping, rape, murder, the real estate commission doesn't want to necessarily give you the keys to somebody's house if you're being accused of these crimes. You know, even though you're innocent until proven guilty, they'd be a little bit complicit in the fact is if these crimes reoccurred again and they gave you the access to commit it. So that's why they will hold off on it or suspend your license if you already have a license until there's an outcome to certain kinds of crimes or criminal accusations. And for that reason. Now, let's see. Yeah, let's read about this, because I know New Jersey's kind of wonky when it comes to criminal stuff, when it comes to you being a landlord and having to rent to somebody. But let's see about licensing. Explicitly referencing offenses that qualify the defendant for registration under the New Jersey sex offender registration law or similar law in another state or jurisdiction. Okay. A new provision was added to say that no provision in the license law shall supersede provisions in the Rehabilitated Convictors Offenders Act. This is something that was recently passed in New Jersey, and actually in the federal government, but in New Jersey as well. Yeah, nah. I don't think that deals with getting a real estate license, though. You'd have to check with the real estate commission directly if this was a concern for anybody. But I know that certain people who were convicted of felony crimes and that have served time in prison, it could have even been murder or rape. A landlord cannot reject them for renting to them. Okay, we're going to get into that in chapter 4. I don't even want to get into that right now. That's a whole conversation. Okay, I don't even want to get into it yet. But yeah, to be a residential landlord in New Jersey, kind of, unless you don't care who you rent to, you know, some people may want to have a two-family house. They have their family in and a rental in the other. They cannot be so selective of who they rent to in the other unit, okay, anymore. Otherwise, you could be accused of discriminating against the ex-convict, which they don't call them ex-convicts anymore. They have a fancy name for them. System-involved people. That's what they call them. System-involved people. Okay, moving on. Licenses and criminal convictions. No one will be issued no license will be issued to anyone convicted within the preceding 5 years of forgery, burglary, robbery, or any theft other than shoplifting or criminal conspiracy to defraud, because they don't want to give you access to somebody's house if you're recently committed such crimes. Okay. If you did it a long time ago and you show remorse and repent for it, you know, you found Jesus, all is well in your life, you know, then they'll be like, okay, we believe in second chances, you know. So, you know, they believe in redemption in that way. But if you're not sure, you could call, once again, the real estate commission. Oh, I think this is the older number, but it may still work. calling the investigators to find out. All right, now additional licensing issues. This stuff is from pages 5, 6, and 7. Required experience for a broker's license. It's 3 years full-time experience. Remember the experience? We discussed that on page 5 and 16. By the way, this slide right here, I think it's got about 8 questions that you're going to see on exams. Just saying. So time limit on application for a salesperson's license is 1 year. A year is a year is a year, not a day more. Non-residents can obtain a New Jersey license. They must file a revocable consent to service of process, basically agreeing to come back to New Jersey to be sued or have charges heard against them. And here's the form for that irrevocable consent to service of process. Licensees must notify the real estate commission within 30 days. This is often an exam question of any arrest, indictment, or being charged with a crime. And if they move, they have to update their address and contact information on file with the real estate commission within 30 days. Just like you should be doing with motor vehicle when you move, you know, with changing your license. That most people don't do. Well, you got to do that for the real estate license as well. Corporations can be granted a real estate license only if one of their officers holds a broker's license, and then they would become the broker of record for the corporation. That's discussed on page 6. Let's see. The exam fees, they're not paid to the school for state exam. State exam fees are paid directly to PSI. That's the company that the state contracted with for giving the state exam. So no school should ever ask you for money for the state exam or say that it's included. Temporary licenses can be requested within 30 days if your broker dies or becomes mentally or physically incapacitated. Who can take their place? Well, if you have anybody working in that office that has a broker salesperson's license, they already have a broker type license. They could immediately just convert that to a broker's license. However, if there's nobody in that office with a broker salesperson's license, who can take over for your broker? Well, any salesperson who meets all the criteria requirements to become a broker. They just haven't chosen to start that process up until now. They could request a temporary broker's license from the Real Estate Commission. The Real Estate Commission will grant them that temporary broker's license, and then they need to make it legitimate by taking the broker 150-hour broker course and passing the state exam and getting fingerprinted again within that year. So if you have that 3-year full-time experience requirement, you could request a temporary broker's license and you'll get it. That's good for 1 year to manage that office, just so the office don't need to shut down. And the Real Estate Commission will be keeping close tabs on you, making sure everything is being done right. That's usually an exam question. Failure to renew your license. If you don't renew your license on June 30th of the odd year, your license becomes, it expires, or technically it just becomes inactive. How long can your license remain inactive where you can still reactivate it? 1 term, which is 2 years. Okay, you need to know that for exams. But after that, if you still didn't reactivate it, you lose it. And if you want to work back into business, you got to come back here, pay to take the classes again, and start all over at step 1, taking the classes, school exam, state exam, fingerprinting, affiliating with a broker. You got to do all that again. Licensing fees are paid directly to the state. Transfer fees, if you ever want to transfer your license from one broker to the next, you have to pay $100 a month. That's 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 you can do so. It's your license. You're an independent contractor. Your broker can't jam you up or hold you up. Um, but you may be charged a $25 transfer fee when by the new broker to transfer your license into them. Okay, so that's a $25 transfer fee. Okay, here's a guide for all the licensing fees in the state for real estate licenses to initially get your licenses. If you're a corporation, partnership, broker, sole proprietor, broker, salesperson, referral agent, or branch office. Renewal fees for all of them, costs, transfers. Okay, they got all the fees and stuff there. If you guys want a copy of that here, I'll give it to you in the chat window right now. You notice there's a chat window, maybe it popped up, it's flashing that there's a message there. If you click on that, it'll open it up. Okay. So now let's go over those things that we just went over on the slide. Let's start highlighting them on these coming pages here. So do all these highlights. By the way, the exam fee went down. It used to be 45 or 47. No, it was $47. It went down to 38. So there you go. There's no limits on attempts for the state exam in New Jersey. But you do have to pay for each and every attempt. Okay. Everybody understand that? State exam, you pay for each and every attempt. So study your butts off before you go take it. You don't want to keep paying that money.
Question.
Yeah.
Like, how soon can one get their license?
Well, as soon as you pass the school exam, give me a day or two to enter your info into the system, into the PSI system. You could, and then you'll get an email from them. And you go to their website, you register to take the exam. You could take it as early as the next day. So you get your, you pass the exam, then you get fingerprinted, affiliate with a broker. You could be licensed by the next week. So you could be licensed in 3 weeks if you do everything Johnny on the spot. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Everybody got all these notes? Or are you still taking them? Let me know if I could change slides or if I should be sitting here.
I got it.
Be good.
Okay. So continuing education requirements. I know we discussed these things earlier because I kept all the license stuff together. But we're just getting to all of these highlights now. This is page 6 at the bottom of the page. Your license, if you don't complete the CE, you may be subject to that $200 processing fee if you don't complete it 2 months before license renewal. So in other words, by April 30th. They say completion between May 1st and June 30th. They should just say, if you don't complete it by April 30th, 2 months before license renewal. Here we go. The required courses should be completed on or before April 30th of the renewal year. There you go. If not completed by April 30th, odd years, you'll be subjected to this fine. And then here's the breakdown of the 12 hours. 6 hours in court topics, 2 hours in ethics, 1 hour fair housing, and 3 hours on other court topics. And the other 6 can be any court topic or language. Page 7, failure to renew the license. Let's highlight that, and let's highlight the fee to renew your licenses down the bottom. Okay. So here's some examples of people. This guy was failed to notify the real estate commission within 30 days of being charged with a crime. So his license was put on probation to run concurrent with his her pretrial intervention. And she got a $500 fine for not notifying the real estate commission. They still find out about these things, guys. Let's see. This person also attempted to procure a real estate license by misrepresenting that he did not have criminal charges pending when he filed his application for license. So his license will be held on probationary period for 1 year and a $500 fine imposed. And this one we already went over with that guy with felony tax evasion. Okay, he lost his license. All right, so how long do you need to notify the real estate commission after being charged, indicted, or accused of a crime?
30 days, right?
30 days. Okay, if you ever want to change the status of your license, you can change it back and forth from salesperson to referral agent. $50 fees involved with that. If you ever need to correct your name on your license because they issued you your license with a misspelling, unless they truly misspelled it. If you submitted your application and you did not check the spelling of your name before you submitted it, they didn't make a mistake. You're asking for a name correction, and it's $50 to correct to change your name. Okay, and that also includes if you get married or divorced. You want to change your name on your real estate license, it's $50 to do that. We already went over those licensing procedures for background checks and taking the exam, affiliating with a broker. When you go get fingerprinted, they give you what looks like a cash register looking receipt, but you also need to take that fingerprinting form with you to the fingerprinting center so that they could fill out some information on that form. You need to send all that stuff into the real estate commission. What to bring to the salesperson exam center as well as the fingerprinting center. Well, you need to bring 2 forms of valid ID. At least one needs to be a U.S. government issued photo ID. You don't need a photo ID to vote, but you need one to get a real estate license. Yeah. Kind of makes you wonder, why do they make such a big deal about having an ID to vote? You guys notice that that's always a problem come election year? People are always arguing about having an ID, and then they say that it's a racist thing, as if people of color don't know how to get an ID or don't have an ID. It's the dumbest thing. It's the most racist thing, just saying that. But you got to have one to get a real estate license. A photo ID, nonetheless. So make sure that those IDs are valid. They're not expired. And if you have a firearms ID, even though you jumped through all kinds of hoops, did all kinds of extreme background checks, fingerprinting and the works, had people vouch for you and had investigators look into that, state police and local. They don't accept a firearms ID as a valid ID in New Jersey. It's got your fingerprint even on it. I don't know. Yeah, go figure. I don't know. Here's the passing scores for salesperson exam again. You can begin working as soon as your name is listed. So not once you pass the exam. You can't start working yet. You can only start working once your name is once your license is issued. Now, the Real Estate Commission is not going to submit the license to you. They're not going to send you a paper license. You got to print them out on your own now. They used to give them to you on that, you know, those water stamp forms, you know, those security forms. Your license was issued on one of those, the water ink with the background on it. Now it's basically you generate a PDF document and print your license at will. And your license, let me see if I think I got an old spare license around here somewhere. Here we go. Your license will look like this now. Here's your pocket card version of your license. Come on. See that? Oh. Anyway, that's the pocket card version of your license.
You said there's a phone one too.
There's a what?
There's a phone one as well. You said earlier.
Well, there's the full-size one that your broker has to have in their office. They either hang it on their wall or they put it in a book binder that's on their front desk there. It's available for public inspection. Okay. The pocket card you need to carry on you at all times that you're conducting business, according to real estate licensing law. So here's the link where you can go to print out that pocket card. I created this tiny URL, but actually, you know what? I actually have a link for it now too that I created, another link that's, I just used a domain name now too. Let me see if I could find that and show it to you. Where is that? Real estate. njrelicense.com. There we go. Check that out. So I created this link and I bought a domain name. You see it says njrelicense.com. This is actually forwarding to a page on the Real Estate Commission's website here. And this is the page where now you could search your name. You put your last name, comma, first name, and search the database, and you could find your license number. Your license number, they don't call it a license number. They what do they call it? They call it a reference number. Okay, so Kaminsky, comma, V. I'm putting in here, as you can see. Then I hit search, and you see I'm the broker of record. I'm actively licensed as the broker of record for two companies, Jersey Brokers and Quality Reload. Those are my companies. So the EMP reference number, that's the employer reference number. That's so my company's license number, and here's my license number. It's the same for both, my individual license number. All right, so they refer to them as reference numbers. Okay. Now I also created a link, NJRE license search, which I think will also take you to that same form. Will it? Yeah. So either one will work. You could either go to NJRE or NJ Rec license, or NJ real estate license search will take you here. Okay. I'll share with you both those links. I'm going to put them in the slideshow, but I'll also put them here in the chat window. This is a shortcut to the Real Estate Commission database. Or you could use the tiny URL. Okay, so those are the links. Or you can use the tiny URL as shown in the slideshow. tinyurl.com NJRE license search. Let me put those new URLs up there that I just created. They basically take you to this longer domain name underneath it. It has to be HTTPS www.dobi.state.nj.us/capital DOBI_capital L. Now it is case sensitive. All right. You have to put in this link. Or you could just use these. Right. Either one of these will take you to that, to the Real Estate Commission search. So any one of these three links will work for you. They don't need to be in bold, so that last one is the one that it actually forwards to. This is the actual rec link. So I'll even write that in here. Actual rec page link. And these are just domain names that forward. Come on. What a pain in the butt. So anyway, if I stop sharing this, I can edit it a lot easier. Give me 1 second. Minimize the page as well. There we go. Yahtzee, there we go. All right, I got it. Got it. Now it all matches. Now it's all pretty. Okay, so everything's all better. Now I can show it on screen again. There we go. Sorry about that. So those are the links. njreclicense.com, njrealestatelicensesearch.com. They both forward to this longer case sensitive link. That's the actual Real Estate Commission website link. And to print your pocket card, you can go to reconline.nj.gov, or your broker can, to print your license, or to this shortcut, tinyurl.com/pocket license. I believe I have a URL for that as well, where you could print your pocket license as well. NJ licensee search. I'll have to look that one up or set it up, but I think I have one for NJ pocket for the pocket license as well, other than the tiny URLs. NJ Rec pocket license. NJ RP pocket license. Yeah. Either way, in the meantime, you could use the ones I have here on the slideshow. tinyurl.com/pocket license is a direct link where you guys can go to print your own pocket card. So you click on that link, it will take you here. And then you can, once you have your license number, or you could search yourself by name, you could log in and you could print out your own, you generate a PDF document, generate your own license in a PDF form, and you could print it out to carry it with you. Or you could generate it in digital format so that you could have a picture of it, I guess, and carry it on your cell phone at all times. But if the Real Estate Commission investigators ever ask you for your to produce your license and your cell phone is dead, that's not an excuse. You can't say that. You have to show them the actual license. So better off having it printed out, put in your pocket, maybe laminated. Okay. And here are the different exam centers in New Jersey where you could get your where you could go in-person testing. Brick, Cherry Hill, Hamilton, New Brunswick, New Providence, North Brunswick, Northfield, Parsippany, Rochelle Park, and Secaucus. Or you could take it online from home. What to bring? 2 forms of ID, at least one government-issued photo ID, like I said before. If you're going to bring a passport, it must be a US issued passport or maybe even a Canadian government issued passport, but no others. Secondary ID can be a signed credit card, social security card, United States birth certificate with raised seal. Student ID or an employment ID are not acceptable forms of ID. Neither is a firearms ID, which blows my mind. Page 8 and 9. Once again, 2 forms of ID required for fingerprinting as well. Here's all those links for the fingerprinting again. All right, you could see what types of ID are acceptable if you go to that Identigo website. If you are a US citizen, these are the forms of ID they will accept. You put in your country of birth and then country of citizenship. I thought I had it already filled out. And then they'll show you what IDs that you need are acceptable for you to bring to the fingerprinting center. Here you go. I'll share that link with you. Boom. Now the guarantee funds, one of the last things here of the chapter. One of, not the, is the guarantee fund. You guys will absolutely positively get several questions about this on your exams. The guarantee fund was established to reimburse members of the public who suffer a monetary loss due to wrongdoing, such as embezzlement, conversion. Conversion is when the broker takes your money and converts it to their own and by spending it, or unlawfully obtaining of money or property in a real estate transaction by a licensed broker, salesperson, or one of the other employees of the broker. Basically, if they steal your money, the guarantee fund is there to reimburse you for any such loss. Now, in order to get reimbursed, that party has to first sue you, or the broker, you as a salesperson, to first obtain a court judgment, and they have to name the real estate commission as party to that suit so they're aware that there is a problem and something is going on. If the party suffering the loss is unable to collect on that judgment, it's one thing to be able to have a judge say, you owe me money. It's an entirely different thing to be able to collect it, because you can't get blood from a stone, right? A criminal claim has to also, you could apply within 6 years to the real estate guarantee fund to collect that money. And a criminal complaint also has to be filed against that person for stealing your money. No spouse can bring action under the guarantee fund against their other spouse because they have a real estate license to try to scam the guarantee fund. At the time of initial issuance of license, each salesperson pays $10, each broker and $20 into the guarantee fund. That money is maintained by the state treasurer, just like all money that comes into the state. Maximum payout for a single claim is $20,000 per offense. Now, if there's not enough money in the guarantee fund to pay out all the claims against it, then when it comes time for your license renewal, the real estate commission could reassess you paying into the guarantee fund again. But that's never happened since I've been licensed, and I've been licensed since the end of 2003 or early 2004. I got to look it up in the database there again. I think it may have been January 2004 since I've been licensed, and that's never happened. And once the fund pays out a claim against the broker or salesperson, what happens to their license? It's revoked. Okay. So you guys have those highlights?
Yeah.
All right. So basically, there's all the highlights again on the guaranteed fund. Just explained a little bit more. You'll get a couple questions out of this on exam. What's the purpose of the guaranteed fund?
To reimburse people who've been wrong.
Yep. What does that mean? Sounds so polite. That's like calling an ex-convict a system-involved person. What does it mean to be wrong?
So
You took your money or something.
I robbed you. I stole your money. If I stole your money, are you going to say, he wronged me? No. You say, that sucker robbed me. He stole my money. I want my money back. You're going to be like Stewie on steroids. Right? Remember that episode? Yo, where's my money? And the how much do salespeople pay into the guarantee fund?
$10, right?
And brokers? And
20.
When? When do you pay that money?
When they get their licenses?
At the time you get your license. Remember, your license is only $100, but when you first get it, it costs $160. Why is that? Well, there's an extra $10 that goes to the guarantee fund and $50 that goes to the background check. Okay. What's the maximum payout from the guarantee fund?
$20,000, right?
$20,000. What if there is a payout from the guarantee fund? What happens to your license?
It gets revoked.
It is revoked. All right. Can you get your license back? Not right away. Maybe at least 5 years from now, if the real estate commission sees that you have repented for it and you paid all the money back plus interest.
The money back that they accused you of, or the 20,000 that they had to pay out?
The money that they had to pay out plus interest. That's a good question, actually. The money that they accuse you of. Well, you still had a judgment. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm not going to front and say that I know. That's a good question. Money they accused you of, that you got a judgment against you for, or just the amount that the real estate commission paid out, because it's only 20,000. Like if you gave them 30,000 in down payment, they only got back 20 grand. It's a good question. Don't know. Sorry. But the real estate commission will evaluate that whole situation and take it from there. And here's all that basics again, laid out again. And the guaranteed fund, here's an example of somebody that happening to. A formerly licensed real estate broker in Passaic determined unworthiness, bad faith, dishonesty. The broker's license is revoked and he shall be ineligible for reinstatement of his license until he satisfies the judgment in full, including reimbursement to the guarantee fund with interest. There we go. So there you go. You got your answer. You got to pay back the judgment in full, including the reimbursement to the guarantee fund with interest.
Okay.
There we go. We got our answer. But hey, look, that was quick. All right. Now, rental referral agencies. What the hell is a rental referral agency? I mean, you can get rentals from any agent, right? Well, yeah, but who do we usually deal with for rentals? Maybe single-family homeowners or maybe a multifamily homeowner? But if somebody wants to rent in an apartment complex, we usually don't help out with that because we don't have a relationship with the owners of the complex. They got their own leasing office, right? Well, there's something called rental referral agencies, which are licensed real estate brokerages that they specialize in only dealing with large apartment complexes. where they get agreements with the owners of those complexes that if they refer them a renter who ends up signing a lease with them, they'll pay a rental referral fee, whatever fee they agreed upon, to be paid to them. Okay, that's a specialization. It's a niche market. There's not a lot of rental referral agencies out there, but the ones that are, they make a killing because they specialize and there's not a whole lot of competition in it. One of the big ones out there that are local to us here, we all probably seen the signs around for this company, Best Rent NJ. Now, they're not the only one. I don't advocate for them or any brokerage firm. I'm just using them as an example because they're the only one I remember off the top of my head that I keep here on the slideshow. Okay. Now, if you have a rental referral agency, they could get people that walk off the street, just come into the office. They have agreements with these apartment complexes. They don't advertise the properties, but they do have the listings where they have an agreement that they'll be paid these fees. In those situations, they need to contact the owner every 3 days to see if one of their units are still available. If it's not, if the property is advertised, they need to contact the owner every day to see if one of the units are still available. And look, they could have studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and different layouts, you know. And if that's the case, they need to check every day if they're advertising. Like Best Rent NJ, they advertise most of their listings. They got them on their website. Now, I'm sure you could walk into some of their offices and they have some listings that are not advertised, but they only show to renters that come to their offices. But these larger complexes that they advertise, you know, what do they have? Some like 85 different apartment buildings they're up to now, the apartment communities that they deal with. So here you have any of these. You could click on any of these. Some of these are new ones. Some of these are older. This one's a 55 plus community. They got them all over New Jersey. Brand new. You know, here's one in Piscataway, Perth Amboy. Let's click on the Perth Amboy, Harbor Town Bay. They got addresses. They got contacts for the office and all that stuff. They've got some nice high quality photos that they took inside and outside of the amenities. Anyway, they have different, so they only have 2 bedrooms available here apparently, but they have 2 bedrooms, 2.5 bath, 2 bedrooms, 2 bath, 2 bedrooms, 2 bath, 2 bedrooms, 2.5 bath. But the difference is in their models, they're different models with different layouts and different square footages, different prices. Holy crap. You could definitely convince somebody to buy a house instead of renting at these rates anyway. Now, up here, they don't show them. Select the unit and apply. They used to show the status there either as available or coming soon. Okay, so you can see date available. So it's not available now. Available. Okay, so all advertisements need to be accurate. So they need to check all advertised properties every day to see if there's a unit that's still available, or listings that are not advertised need to be checked every 3 days, just that they have as listings. You'll need to know that for exams. And any deposits that they take from renters need to be put into the escrow account if it's more than $25. Needs to know for exam. This is on exam. How often do they need to check the availability? And how much, if you collect money in advance fees, how much when do you got to put it in the escrow account if it's more than $25? Now, every person working for rental referral agencies has to be a licensed real estate agent. And you can never earn a commission on a property or advertise a property for that matter, without the owner's written consent. So you have to have some kind of a listing agreement with them. Can I just advertise your property for rent or for sale? No, I need your permission to do that. And the property has to be legitimately for sale or rent. You know, I was talking to a broker one time that I actually hired and had him working for me for a little while. I got rid of him because he was doing some shady stuff, you know, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this guy. So I got rid of him. But he, you know, he'd joke around. He's like, I asked him, I was like, how long you been in the business? He's like, oh, I've been in the business since whenever, you know, my family's been in business. My dad was a broker. My dad's dad was a broker. You know, we've been in the business for a long time. And he had this scratchy voice like this, you know, he's like, that's my imitation. That's what I do. I'm sorry. And he's like, when I was growing up, he's like, my house was always for sale. I was like, oh, that's sad. What do you move around a lot? And he's like, no, we always had a for sale sign on the front lawn trying to get buyers. I was just like, oh my God, you can't do that. This is not to give you ideas, guys. Okay, don't use that as an idea to get ideas. If your house is legitimately not available for sale, you can't just stick a for sale sign up on your front lawn to try to get buyers, and then steer them to something else and say, oh well, that property's not really available anymore. It's no longer available. Okay, that's deception. That's not truth in advertising. You could lose your license for doing stuff like that. Don't do that. Okay. But oh my God, that's just one example of stuff I had to deal with this guy. Yeah, there's a lot of winners in this business. All right, so let's do the highlights here. No rental property may be offered without the landlord's consent. Units that are advertised must be checked every day to see if they're still available. Units simply listed must be checked every 3 days. And advance fees of $25 or more require that money be put into the escrow account.
All right, got it.
All right. Now, this is no longer in chapter 1 of this book. It used to be in an older version book. It was in chapter 1. Now they moved it all the way to chapter 18. So let's just go over some of these things a little bit. Interstate property sales. This can be found at page 343 in chapter 18. It says, the regulations are contained in the Real Estate Full Disclosure Act. These regulations are to protect consumers from undue sales pressure from unscrupulous developers and marketers. And that usually happens when you get like timeshare sales and things like that. The Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control. This is a division within the Real Estate Commission that all they do is they investigate out-of-state properties before they could be marketed to New Jersey residents. They need to submit a package to the Real Estate Commission to make sure they're licensed, bonded, and the properties actually exist, that they're not trying to sell you swampland in Florida or something, you know? And they have a rule in place that even after you sign a purchase contract to purchase a property that's out of state, marketed to New Jersey residents, or with some large in-state subdivisions, there's a 7-day right of rescission. Now, if you guys are not familiar with the word rescission, to rescind means to cancel or to take back. So if you're to cancel a contract, you could cancel this contract up to 7 days after you've signed it. Now, I have another slide that's going to come up after this with all kinds of rescission periods for different things that we're going to come across in the book. And you'll see that multiple times in several chapters because I want you to study all those rescission periods. Otherwise, they're peppered here and there all out throughout the book. Okay. Advertising language rules that say that all contracts and disclosures have to be available in the same language that a property is advertised in. Now, that doesn't matter if it's in-state or out-of-state property. If you advertise a property in whatever language you advertise a property in, all the contracts and disclosures that were required to give to the consumer must be available in the same language that the property was advertised in. Okay? So go to page 343 and let's highlight some of this stuff now. Let's first highlight this under Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. Let's highlight the rules are intended to protect the public from unscrupulous developers or marketers from undue sales pressure. And let me know when you got that.
Got it.
All right. So it says that all new construction for out-of-state properties or new construction for large in-state subdivisions that have at least 100 lots or units, but no less than 10, if they have common area elements involved, like with condominiums and cooperatives. Common area elements would be like the playgrounds, the tennis courts, basketball courts, parking lots, swimming pools, things like that. If they have common area elements involved, there's a 7-day right of rescission. But that only deals with new construction. Now, still be there on page 344 and highlight this. Buyers have up to 7 calendar days to cancel the contract for the purchase or lease of such lands. And similar regulations apply to sales within the state with large subdivisions or when ownership of common area elements are involved. On my previous slide, I got into a little more detail. What is a large subdivision? At least 100 units, but not less than 10. And then down the bottom, write the word all above the word properties and highlight all properties that are advertised in New Jersey in languages other than English. Subsequent forms must be available to prospective purchasers in the same language that was used in the original advertisement. And right in there, applies to new construction only. That's the deal for new construction only.
All right, got it.
All right. Everybody good?
Yeah.
No objections? I'm gonna move on.
Yes, we're good.
So here's a slide that I have for the word rescission and all the different rights of rescission. The word rescission is the right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. You don't even need a reason. You can cancel a contract within any given period of time. Now, also keep in mind that you could cancel a property, a contract to purchase a property, as long as it's not out of attorney review yet as well. Keep that in mind. So that's what this 3-day for both resale and existing properties deals with. That's the attorney review period. There's a 7-day right of rescission. Now, all of these deal with new construction except for this last one, which could also deal with resale of existing properties. So there's a 7-day right of rescission for new out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. 7-day right of rescission for new construction for large in-state subdivisions with 100 lots or if less, not, or at least 10 units, but not less than 10 units. Okay. 100 lots or more, but not less than 10 units. Yeah, that's the way I should word that. And I'm going to, because it's easier to read and study. There we go. So 100 plus lots. $100 lots or more. But not less than 10 units. And they have common area elements involved, like with condos and co-ops. There we go. Now I'm going to have to replace that in every other chapter or every other chapter slideshow that we have. All right. There's a 5-day right of rescission for new construction for the discovery of off-site conditions. That means that's something that's not on the property, something that's local in the area that could affect whether you want to purchase or not. Like you find out that the city dump is down at the end of the block, but you never noticed that before. After you signed a contract to purchase, it could be a single family new construction house, just one unit. It's not part of a subdivision or anything. Just one single new construction house. You find out you signed a purchase contract, and now you find out the city dump is down at the end of the block. You got 5 days to back out for off-site condition. And then there's a 3-day right of rescission.
What if you find out that there's like a new construction or like a big school being built or something like that? Does that count?
You don't need a reason, but if it's anything that's not on the property, you have up to 5 days.
Okay.
Anything. It don't even need to make sense. It could be the most, you're crazy. It don't matter. You got 5 days. Okay. You can come up with a ridiculous reason. It don't matter. You got 5 days. Now, these last 2 rights of rescission here are not for purchase contracts, but they are for financing contracts, you know, for obtaining the financing to the money to buy the property. There's a 3-day right of rescission for refinancing. Now, refinancing means you're going to get a new loan to pay off your existing one for a house you already own. That's what refinancing is. Why would you refinance a house? Why would you refinance a loan for your house?
Lower interest rate.
Yeah, maybe they're offering a lower interest rate, or maybe you have more equity in it and you need money to buy a new car or pay for your kid's college or something. You could do out a cash out refi. You could cash out on the equity, take that money out and use it to buy something. Okay. Well, there's a 3-day right of rescission if you change your mind on refinancing. There is no right of rescission to cancel purchase money mortgages. Now, what is a purchase money mortgage? It is any loan that is used to buy real estate. If we were to read it backwards, a purchase money mortgage is mortgage money to purchase. Boom. There you go. So these rights of rescission, you guys will probably see this in many chapters. This slide. You want to snap a picture of this one and study this one. Okay. Hey, this guy again. Understanding commissions and setting goals. Let's see how much time we got left here. Okay, we got enough time to listen to this guy. And then we'll do the key terms to review and then a couple of math problems. Actually, let's do the key terms to review first. Make sure that that's out of the way. Go to page 12. Go to page 12 for a moment. You all there?
Yeah.
All right. So there's key terms to review here. There's the terms on the left. There's the definition on the right. I'm going to read the definition to the right. You guys will shout out what you think the corresponding key term to it on the left is as the right answer. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you got them. But before we get started in this, next to above number 6, where it says Real Estate License Act, I want you to write above that NJ statutes and write 45:15. NJ statutes, STATUTES. 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 And then put 45:15 next to that. And then very bottom, next to number 11, underneath it or above it, write administrative code next to Title 11, Chapter 5. And is everybody set there? Everybody got that?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, awesome. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Come on, like cash cab. Okay, there. Law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey.
Real Estate Licensing Act.
Yes, 6 is A. Classes required for license renewal.
Yeah.
3 is B, CE, or continuing education. Correct. State rules and regulations for real estate licensees.
Title 11.
What's that?
Title 11, Chapter 5.
Yep. The administrative code or Title 11, Chapter 5. 11 is C. Administrator of real estate licenses.
Real Estate Commission.
That would be the Real Estate Commission. The New Jersey Real Estate Commission, 5 is D. Members of a private real estate trade organization. Who is the member?
Realtor.
The Realtor, 7 is E, correct. Money paid another broker for sending a client or customer.
Referral fee.
That is called a referral fee. 8 is F. One license to assist a broker in real estate transactions.
Salesperson.
9 is G, the salesperson. You better get that one right. Reimburses people defrauded or badly served by licensees in real estate transactions.
Guarantee fund.
That is the guarantee fund. 4 is H. Individual licensed to charge the public for real estate services.
A broker.
That's a broker. One is I. Licensee, limited to presenting prospective clients and customers to the broker.
It's a salesperson licensed with a referral company, right?
Yeah, or you could just say referral agent and I'll know what you're talking about. Yep. 10 is J. And fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's supervision
Broker, salesperson.
is K. And that is correct. And that completes chapter 1. But I do have some more in this slideshow, which this guy shows you to break down and how to set goals, kind of like the math. Remember, I gave you guys the math on how to figure it out. But I told you commissions get split in 4 ways and all that. He goes over this a little bit too. So let's just go over his little video for that. And then there's a couple of math problems for commission. Like if you want to know how to set your goals, you got to find out what the average sale price of the houses are in your area. And then see what the commission is that you would charge. Here, I'll just do it. We won't even listen to this guy. So you guys can watch this video on your own because he also goes over some other stuff in it, but it takes up a little too much time. So if I were just to do that right now, let's just say the average sale price of a house is $300,000 in an area, right? And the average commission, let's just say it's 5% times 5%. That's $15,000. Let's just say you only get one side of the transactions. Divide that in half. So that's $7,500. And let's just say you're on a 50% split. So let's divide that in 2. That's $3,750. So $3,750 from each $300,000 transaction side. If your goal is to make $60,000 in your first year, how many transactions or transaction sides do you need? Well, if you're making $3,750, you could do $60,000. See,
16.
by 3,750. You need 16. You need to do 16 transactional sides at a 50% split with an average 300,000 sale price and only getting one side of the transaction in order to get $60,000. Okay. Keep in mind you could do 2 transactional sides in one transaction, if you got the listing and you got the buyer. Right. Okay, so that's how you would set the goals. Okay, so you guys have the basic understanding though of why we split the transactions 4 different ways. There's the buyer side and the seller side. So you have an agent on each side of that transaction, usually. And then each agent will be working with the broker and they need to split that with their broker. So technically that, in this example, 5% commission gets split 4 different ways. You could explain that to people when you're going to get a listing, when they're saying, oh, it's a lot of money for commission. You're asking for $15,000 at 5% commission for a $300,000 house. Like, yeah, but that gets split 4 different ways. It gets split between the buyer side and the seller side, and then each agent got to split that with their broker at the end of the day. How much are they walking away with? And then there's advertising and marketing. Oh, come on, you gotta, so you got to explain it. Maybe that you could work that into your presentation to explain it to them. Okay.
But is that for properties where you're not the actual lister? Like that's a property that's under somebody else?
Yeah, you're only getting half of that transaction. Look, it could be your listing, but you didn't bring the buyer. Or it could be that you brought the buyer, but it's not your listing. Okay. And then you're on a 50% split with your broker. That would be what the fee would be that you earn. The higher your commission split, the more you would earn on that. Right out the gate as a brand new agent, though, most brokerages are not going to pay you higher fees. They may pay you up to 60% to start. But beyond that, If they're going to be paying you higher fees, they're going to be nickel and diming it out of you somewhere else. They'll charge you for training and mentoring and all that. They'll get it out of you some other way. You know, there's only 100 pennies in a dollar, you know, and it can only be split so many ways, you know. So people got to get paid for what they're doing. Let me see. You guys may want to watch this video on your own too, because he goes over some other stuff that's good. You can watch it, download the slideshow and watch it in your own time and get it. But in the meantime, let's just skip over him. For right now. Good for him. He sold a lot. Whoop. Let's do this. Hold on. I don't want you to see that. Let me cover this up. Because this is an exam problem that you often get on your exams, on your state exams. Hell, maybe even on the school exam too. Let's see if you guys could figure out your commission. You guys think you could figure out your commission?
Yes, sir.
Let's see when it's worded in a little bit of a convoluted way. Here's the way that they would ask a question on exam. This is more of a comprehension problem than a math problem. You're allowed to use a calculator. Let's see if you guys can figure it out. If you do, send it to me in the chat window. Now, when you click on chat, also select my name, Victor, from the chat window, okay? Otherwise, you're going to send a message to everybody. It says, if a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agents get 60%. How much does the buyer's agency earn or keep?
Can they both get 60%?
The question is worded correctly, but you got to pay attention to the words here. I know the first thing you're like, wait a minute, that's more than 100%. Well, you're right, it is, or it would be. So that can't possibly, so the way that you're thinking right now can't possibly be the way that you got to be thinking at it at a different angle now. Because you know there's only 100%. So you're onto something. So if a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, stop right there. First, figure that out. What is 6% of $325,000? Let's break it down into steps. And as you break it down into steps, right next to that number, what that number is. For example,
I think I got it.
okay, hold on a second. Let's see if I get this. For example, 325,000 times 6%, that's 19,500, but that's the total commission to both sides. That's the whole commission. That's the 6%. If the listing agency is getting 60%, okay, let's stop right there. If the listing agency is getting 60%, how much does the buyer's agency get?
40.
But the question doesn't specifically say that. You need to figure that out. So the listing agency gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency side of the transaction get? They get 40%. Now, usually it's not split like this. Usually it's split down the middle between the two agencies. But that's not the way this question was worded. And that's not the way that they're going to word it on state exam either. So I'm trying to prep you for this, okay? So what is 40% of that 19.5?
You want the number?
Well, here we go. It's 7,800. But that's the total commission that comes into the buyer's agency. If the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does their agency keep?
Say that one more time.
Look at the question. The buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does the agency keep?
3120.
they keep the other 40. It gets split again, right? On that same 60-40 way. So yeah, now let me break this to the side. Now there's two ways you could figure it out. You could either base it off of, 7,800 to the buyer agency. That's the total before the split. The buyer's agent's getting 60%. So the buyer's agent is getting 4,680. Subtract 4,680 from this total, gives you 3,120. Or you could just take, hey, if the agent's getting 60, the agency's getting 40%. How much is 40% of 7,800? It comes out to the same thing. There's two approaches of coming out to the same answer. It's 3,120. Yes, that's correct. Did you guys see that breakdown? You may want to snap a picture of this because this is something that you will get on. You'll get something on a state exam that's very, very similar to this. It seems kind of tricky, doesn't it? Why don't they just word it straight out, Well, because it's the way they like to do it. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just trying to teach you I'm trying to teach you their tricks. Their tomfoolery that they're engaging in. All right. Let's see. We got another problem. Here's another one for area. And I already showed you guys basically at the beginning of the class how to figure out how many feet are in an acre. Now I'm giving it to you right here, 43,560. Now, if you have a 2.5 acre lot, this is a 2.5 acre lot. What's the total area? Well, 43,560 times 2.5, that's 108,900 square feet. Boom, in an acre. 108,900 square feet in an acre. Take 43,560, because that's how many feet are in an acre, times it by 2.5, because there's 2.5 acres. That gives you the total here. So the total area of this lot is 108,900 square feet. Now, if they tell you the lot is 500 feet deep, how wide is it? Well, take 108,900 divided by 500, and that'll give you the other dimension, the width, 217.8. Okay, well, that 0.8 isn't a full foot. So the question says, if you have a 2.5 acre property that's 500 feet deep and it sells for $1,000 per front foot, how much would the lot sell for? Well, that's not a full foot, so we got to cross that out. There's only 217 full front feet there. Frontage or front feet is how wide the front of the lot is, by the way. So 217 times 1,000, this lot would sell for 217,000. Okay. This is just a type of exam question that you'd get. It's not the real way that we value properties, but it's the way that you'd get in this example. Let's give you another one. Whoa, let's back out of that. The answers were uncovered. I don't want them being uncovered for you. Let me see. But we could have the first step figured out for you here. Now, this one, I'm going to want you to figure this out on your own, and this is the last one, and then we're done for the day. There you go. You have a 3-acre lot that can be subdivided into 50 by 100 minimum lot sizes. How many lots can it be divided into? And if each lot would sell for $150,000, what would be the total that the seller would earn? So I figured out the first step here for you, because there's 43,560 square feet in an acre, times it by 3 acres. So it's a total 130,680 square feet in 3 acres. Okay, so how many lots can that be divided into if it can be subdivided into 50 by 100 minimum lot sizes? I'll let you stew on that for a few. Anybody know how to figure this out? How to get to it? Not the answer, but the process? I don't want you just sitting there if you don't know how to get to it.
No.
Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller?
I don't.
All right. If you're allowed to subdivide it into 50 by 100 minimum lot sizes, how many square feet are there in a 50-foot by 100-foot lot? Well, take 50 times 100. That's 5,000 square feet. Divide that into 130,680 square feet. And that gives you 26 lots. And if each lot sells for a minimum $150,000, how much would you earn by selling them off? Whoop.
So then it's 26 times
100,
150,000.
that's $3.9 million. See, nothing to be scared about here. You just need to know the process of how to figure it out, how to work it out. Nothing too difficult, right? Just got to learn the steps. All right, and I got them here if you guys wanted to take a screenshot of it, or if you guys want to go into the slideshow and play with it a little bit. There you go. All right. We're done for the day here. So let me just throw out the end of class attendance poll. And you guys are dismissed, and I'll see you tomorrow.